Chapter 1740. Yes, it's time to test our strength. I wonder how many of those dark horses are the real deal. Bei Wang-Qin sat back on his throne, looked at everyone with disdain, and said, "The third assessment, enter the cauldron." The rules of the third segment once again changed unexpectedly. The gate of Great Void opened again, revealing the lone island. What was different was that a purple glow had appeared in the center of the island. Under the illumination of the glow, a mysterious and noble purple cauldron stood towering like a human emperor. Looking at this cauldron, everyone's hearts trembled, and they felt as if they were ants facing a lofty world. Somehow, they felt the indescribably terrifying and powerful aura suppressed in the king's tripod. That was the fate of the Dayu Empire that had been suppressed in one area. This time, you're not here to hunt great void beasts. You're here to kill each other. Anyone who can kill two people is qualified to enter the king's tripod. What? Everyone was enraged once again. What kind of **T assessment is this? I give up. You guys can play however you want. Yang Ming, who was ranked 20th, gave up on the spot. I give up too. What kind of joke is this? Exchanging pointers is one thing, but killing each other? What do you take me for? The 19th ranked person immediately gave up. They were here to look for opportunities, not to be stepping stones. With their strength, they would only be hunted down and killed if they really tried to hunt them down. This truly infuriated many people. Only a few people had sinister smiles on their faces, because this was exactly what they wanted. The cosmic hidden dragon is only meaningful now that the trash has left. Is there anyone else who wants to scram? If not, let's begin. Bei Wang-Qin shouted coldly. The rest of the light glared at Su Yu, their gazes vicious and sinister. Xiao Xia, the Hahuan Saint Maiden, and Luoshan, who had been instructed, all cast unfriendly looks at Su Yu. Shui Guanin's heart tightened. She hugged Su Yu's arm and said, "Brother Su Yu, let's make a long-term plan. They clearly want to make us their targets." Each of those three people was stronger than the three gentlemen of the Thousand-Water Lake. If he was surrounded and hunted by them, no matter how powerful Su Yu was, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Su Yu shook his head and asked, "What's there to be afraid of?" When he finished speaking, he dragged the Blood Guanyin and stepped onto the isolated island. What was different from before was that no one was teleported separately. Instead, they were all teleported to the same place. Those who were slightly more alert fled, like rabbits, the moment their feet touched the ground. Those who were clumsy were killed before they could even react. Su Yu had just landed on the ground when he felt a gust of evil wind assaulting him from behind. Without hesitation, he turned his hand around and struck out with the demon born of mind. A muffled sound rang out, and a life force was extinguished on the spot. He had successfully killed one person, and a small cauldron mark appeared between his brows. "Let's go." Su Yu carried the Blood Guanyin and flapped the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pull. Not long after, the place was filled with blood and corpses. Apart from the few who had escaped in the beginning, the others who had not been able to escape were all killed. That lad with the surname Su escaped really quickly. My people were just about to catch him, but he killed them with a single sword strike. Xiao Xia's brows were sunken. It was obvious that he was afraid of Su Yu. Luoshan nodded. A look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. "There's also that stranger covered in death chi. He fled very quickly as well. The prince secretly told me to get rid of him. I'll chase after him." I'm still more interested in the boy with the surname Su. The Union Saint Maiden licked her lips and looked in Su Yu's direction. Thus, the crowd was divided into two groups. Luoshan, the beautiful woman, and the others chased after the man with the death chi. Xiao Xia, the Union Saint Maiden, and a few evil faction members chased after Su Yu. The Union Saint Maiden took out the flying treasure, the peach blossom, and said with a smile, The boy with the surname Su is quite fast. Unfortunately, he can't escape from the peach blossom mirror that I refined with pure Een energy. With a fling of her slender palm, the peach blossom grew in the wind and became 1,000 feet long. Everyone in splendid attire chased after Suyu. Suyu continuously teleported, heading straight for the Beijing King Cauldron. Brother Suyu, that is the Beijing King Cauldron. How are we going to get it? Suyu shook his head. I don't know. The King Cauldron contains the destiny of the Diyu Empire, as well as the past kings of the Beijing lineage. How could it be easy to steal it? Then, blood, Guanyin pouted. I really don't understand why the chief pavilion master arranged an impossible task for us. Suyu pondered and sighed. Perhaps the chief pavilion master doesn't want us to go back. The closer they got to the Beijing King Cauldron, the more difficult the task became. Without Suyu's many trump cards, they would not have been able to get this far. Don't want us to go back? What do you mean? Blood Guanyin was confused. Suyu had a bad premonition and said, I hope it's just my guess. Suddenly, Suyu looked up at the heavenly eyes above his head and was slightly surprised, as expected of the Acacia civilization. In addition to the path of Yin and Yang, they are also very accomplished in the path of magical treasures. Humph! That Acacia saint won't stop until she gets Brother Suyu. Brother Suyu is really popular, Blood Guanyin teased. Suyu smiled bitterly. I'd rather not be welcomed like this. They are catching up. Let's go to the vicinity of the Beijing King Cauldron. Most of the contestants should be gathered there. The chaos is more beneficial to us. Swoosh! Suyu teleported away. The Acacia Saint and Xiao Xie closed in, quickly closing the distance. When the huge Beijing King Cauldron was right in front of them, the peach blossom mirror caught up with Suyu. Peach blossom, tree transference. The Acacia Saint shouted softly. Peach blossom trees emerged from the ground one after another, filling the endless mountains and rivers, dyeing the entire area pink. These peach blossom trees greatly obstructed one's line of sight. Suyu's heavenly eyes were cut off. Ordinary vision could not penetrate the peach blossom forest. Illusory spell? Suyu was slightly surprised. Hee, young man, you still haven't escaped from my grasp. The Acacia Saint's enchanting figure descended gracefully. Xiao Xie, who was full of evil energy, stood shoulder to shoulder, approaching Suyu step by step. Defying the crown prince, you have a death wish. Both of them were powerful and extraordinary, especially the Acacia Saint. Suyu had not been able to see through her cultivation. Acacia Saint, you watch from the side. Let me take care of Suyu. Xiao Xie said with a sinister smile. The Acacia Saint smiled faintly. Why should I leave such an opportunity for you to make a contribution? You come from a 2-star civilization, so you should not be short of resources. I am in dire need of them. Xiao Xie tried to negotiate. The Acacia Saint shook her head resolutely. No, I will not stop until I have a taste of the man I like. In desperation, Xiao Xie could only say, Then let's see who succeeds first. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xie immediately rushed over. The terrifying aura of a peak overlord came crashing down like a huge wave. The Acacia Saint was slightly angered. Humph, stealing my man, you are courting death. She grabbed with her hand, and a lotus flew out from her palm. It wrapped around Xiao Xie, and she flew backward. The Acacia Saint lightly tapped the ground with her feet, and with a leap, she brushed past Xiao Xie, who was flying backward. She giggled. It seems like I have beaten you to it. Puff! However, the moment they brushed past, a small purple snake-shaped sword flew out of Xiao Xie's sleeve, piercing through the Acacia Saint's chest. Her whole body immediately turned purple, and she festered into a pool of muddy water. Ah, divine water of corpse transformation. Xiao Xie, you, how did you get the divine item of the corpse clan? As she screamed, the acacia saint completely melted into a pool of stagnant water. Swish! Xiao Xie broke free from the lotus, and his lips curled into a deep, evil smile. Hee! Acacia saint, you are nothing more than this. Killing you is a piece of cake. The sudden change of events surprised Su Yu and Shui Guanyin. They were both guests behind the scenes of Bei Wangqin. So why did they suddenly kill each other? That was until the Acacia Saint revealed Xiao Xie's identity, the Corpse Clan. Xiao Xie was a spy sent by the Corpse Clan. Su Yu was shocked. The Corpse Clan's shadow even existed in the Dayu Empire? Xiao Xie glanced at Su Yu and Shui Guanyin with a sinister smile and said mockingly, "You two are lucky. My target is the Acacia Saint, this whore. Get lost, don't ruin my plans." It turned out that his target was never Su Yu, but the Acacia Saint. Su Yu retreated quietly, and together with Shui Guanyin, they slowly retreated out of the peach blossom forest that had already collapsed. Looking at the pool of muddy water on the ground, Xiao Xie chuckled. "Getting rid of the Acacia Saint, I believe you will get a lot of rewards from the Corpse Kings, right?" He bent down to collect a trace of the muddy water that the Acacia Saint had turned into a jade artifact. "Bring it back as a witness." Unexpectedly, just as he bent down from the muddy water, a sharp claw with ghastly nails suddenly stretched out and grabbed Xiao Xie's throat. As a peak overlord, he could not break free, no matter how hard he tried. The sharp nails dug into his flesh bit by bit, until half of his neck was about to be squeezed off. Ugh, ugh. Xiao Xie could not make a sound. He could only stare in horror at the peach tree that was gradually rising from the muddy water. On the peach tree, a stunning beauty with an enchanting figure was sitting elegantly. Who else could it be but the Acacia Saint? At this moment, her charm was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her eyes were cold as she stared at Xiao Xie. "I never thought that the Corpse Clan would dare to set foot in the Dayu Empire. You are here for the Beijing King Cauldron, aren't you?" Xiao Xie twisted his body and kept struggling. "It's useless. Your essence has been absorbed by my peach blossom hand. You are already dead. As soon as I let go, you will immediately turn into ashes," the Acacia Saint said. Only then did Xiao Xie stop struggling and nod, agreeing with her guess. "Then, in the ghost swamp, those who assassinated the contestants were actually your people?" the Acacia Saint asked. Xiao Xie nodded. The Acacia Saint's eyes were cold as she slowly loosened her fingers. "Who else is your companion? Is it that human?" Xiao Xie's eyes turned, and he actually nodded. "I see," the Acacia Saint said coldly. "I already felt that he was unusual. So he is from the Corpse Clan." She loosened her hand, and Xiao Xie's body really started burning. Like withered wood, he burned into ashes. "Corpse Clan, huh? Humph, I cannot let you live." The Acacia Saint's red robe fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair danced in the wind, making her cold jade face look extremely stern. Swoosh! A red afterimage was left behind, along with a terrifying aura that was not inferior to Bei Wangqin's. Chapter 1741. The cultivation that she had concealed was actually this powerful. It was strange that with such strength, why was she willing to be Bei Wangqin's guest behind the scenes? Even stranger, with her strength, she had not successfully hunted a level 3 great void beast. Su Yu, who was completely unaware of this, and Shui Guanyin arrived within 1,000,000 miles of the Beijing King Cauldron. Through the heavenly eyes, he could see everything within 1,000,000 miles. The youth stood in front of the two corpses, slowly sheathing his sword. The tip of the sword was dripping with divine blood. Luoxin and Empress Ziwei chased after the youth. Of course, Su Yu would not ignore that there were already several strong candidates lurking around the cauldron, eyeing Su Yu and Shui Guanyin. Screech! The shrill sound of something breaking through the air broke the silence. Finally, there were people who could not wait and chose to attack Su Yu and Shui Guanyin. A large number of snow-white sparks suddenly attacked Su Yu. Su Yu swept his sword without hesitation. Demon Moon revolving style. The arc-shaped sword energy swept out, blocking the dense white sparks for a moment. Shui Guanin's eyes flashed, and her palms quickly formed a seal. Deliver all living beings from suffering. The light of mercy scattered from her body, and the stagnant sparks were all extinguished. Rustle. There were a few slight noises coming from the depths of the forest. They had chosen to escape. Su Yu's eyes were cold. Demons are born from the heart. The demonic flames surged down, pulling all the creatures within 100,000 feet into an illusion. Crack! Then they were all swept and cut by the all-pervasive sword. When the dust settled, there were indeed 2 or 3 corpses lying among the broken branches and dead trees. One of them was dead, and the other 2 were dying and had lost the ability to resist. Su Yu touched his forehead. There were 2 small cauldron marks, and he had successfully passed the 3rd assessment. I'll leave the remaining 2 to you. Shui Guanin smiled gratefully, and then her face turned cold as she decisively executed them. Since they attacked first, there was no need for her to be merciful. Soon, 2 small cauldron marks also appeared on her forehead. Putting away the Azura sword, Su Yu looked at the Beixin King cauldron. We are the only ones left. The youth, Luoshin, the beautiful woman, and the 2 of them, a total of 5 people. In the past, only the top 3 could enter the North Letter King cauldron to comprehend. This time, anyone who killed 2 people could enter. The reason was probably because the 3rd test was too cruel, which was why the time limit was extended. Let's go and take a look inside the Beixin Wang tripod. Su Yu said, not only did he want to comprehend it, but he also wanted to test if he could get the Beixin King cauldron from the inside. Using the Tai Chi Yin Yang wings, the 2 came to the front of the Wang Ding in an instant. The incomparably huge Wang Ding stood in front of it, and it could not see the end of it. It would be difficult for an ordinary cavern world to contain such a huge object. Enter! Su Yu's figure flickered, arriving above the cauldron. There was a bronze lid above the king tripod, which sealed the top, leaving only a door of light and shadow. Su Yu and Shui Guanin stepped into the door of light and shadow at the same time. The 2 small cauldron marks on their foreheads immediately reacted and projected 2 small cauldron projections onto the door of light and shadow. Only then did the gate of light and shadow dim down, revealing a colorful cave entrance. The majestic and profound nation fate, Qi, swept out like a huge wave, causing one to feel reverence in their heart. The 2 of them stepped in and successfully entered the Beixin Wang tripod. The surrounding scenery changed, and when they opened their eyes, they saw a bronze statue. It was towering and huge, standing in the center of the colorful light. The statue had a majestic face and an extraordinary bearing, vaguely giving people great pressure. The founding emperor of the Diyu Empire. Shui Guanin's eyes flickered with awe and admiration. He founded the Diyu civilization single-handedly and forged the 9 cauldrons to suppress the fate of the empire, the legendary figure. Su Yu glanced at it briefly, and his eyes fell on the hands of the bronze statue. His hands were clasped, as if he was holding something, but upon closer inspection, his hands were empty. Is there something missing? Su Yu was slightly puzzled, but no matter what, he had come to the inside of the Beixin Wang tripod, and it was time to find a way to take it away. After looking around, Su Yu helplessly discovered that the inside of the Beixin Wang tripod was like a space world, and there was no way to start. Swish! At that moment, the outside world suddenly changed, and a strange aura poured in. A young man with a deathly aura was teleported inside. He had also successfully entered. Looking at this person, Su Yu was slightly vigilant. When they were hunting the great void beast, this person had glanced at him from afar, his eyes full of murderous intent. Moreover, Su Yu felt that this person was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After the deathly youth appeared, he also looked around. When he noticed Su Yu and Shui Guanyin, he was shocked at first, then his face turned cold, and his murderous intent was revealed. "Brother Su Yu, what's wrong with this person?" Shui Guanyin asked as she weaved signs with her hands. Since they had arrived at the Bei Wang tripod, it meant that the assessment was over. Why did this person still look murderous? Su Yu shook his head. "I don't know, but we cannot be hindered in our mission." He took out the Azura sword and pointed it at the other party. The deathly youth hugged the black iron sword and smiled coldly. "Human, we meet again. But I didn't expect that the level 1 Cavern World Senior from back then had now become a strong contender for the great void hidden dragon. If the queen knew about this, I wonder what she would think." He really did recognize him. Hearing the other party say the word "Queen," Su Yu instantly remembered where he had seen this person. The civilization of the Sea of Constellations, a certain icy space in the Shui nation of the Northern Territory. When he had first discovered the ice coffin of the female corpse, this person had chased after it, but inexplicably retreated halfway. "So it's you, the Corpse Clan," Su Yu said. He had never thought that the other party would travel thousands of miles just to hunt him down. "Under the orders of the Lord, I will bring your head back." The deathly youth pulled out the black iron sword. The sword was surrounded by an incomparably powerful, deathly energy. Su Yu coldly snorted. "No matter who sent you, since you are here, don't even think of leaving." The Azura sword trembled, and a thick demonic flame instantly ignited. As the two of them were about to fight, two unfamiliar auras entered. They were none other than Luotian and the beautiful woman. After Luotian appeared, she immediately captured the aura of the deathly youth. Staring at the black iron sword that the other party had pulled out, she said, "The unique divine weapon of the Corpse Clan, the mystic skeleton black iron sword. No wonder the Crown Prince told me to kill you. He had seen through your identity as a member of the Corpse Clan." With a light snort, Luotian took out a pink peach blossom mirror and shone it in the air. The deathly youth was illuminated by the mirror. His whole body immediately emitted thick black smoke as if he was scalded. Frowning, the deathly youth dodged and said coldly, "Don't get in the way. You should know the consequences of opposing the Corpse Clan." Luotian's expression was solemn as she said, "Everyone is responsible for killing the Corpse Clan. Ziwei, I will take the lead. You find an opportunity to use the divine talisman that the Crown Prince gave you. You must kill this person." "Yes," the beautiful woman said. She glanced at Su Yu and Shui Guanyin, then quickly looked away. A complicated look filled her eyes. Shui Guanyin stared at her, her eyes also complicated. Empress Siwei. The beautiful woman was naturally Empress Siwei, who had left with the young girl and joined Bei Wangqin. One followed Bei Wangqin from the cloud stairs. The other had no one to rely on, walking alone in the ghost swamp. Different paths, but the destination was the same. Even the enemy they were dealing with now was the same. Shui Guanyin's lips curled up. "Haha, looks like our paths are no different." Back then, the young housekeeper had said that her path would be different from theirs. Now, it seemed that there was no difference. Of course, Shui Guanyin would not forget that if it wasn't for Su Yu, she would have been eliminated in the first round of the assessment. Hence, as she looked at Su Yu's back, her eyes were especially gentle. Empress Siwei was also a little unwilling. The former Shui Guanyin was not even half as good as she was, but now she was on equal footing. She took a deep look at Su Yu. Only an unfathomable man like him could have come all the way here while carrying a burden. An uncomfortable feeling lingered in her heart. She wanted to say something, but the enemy was right in front of her. She suppressed the words in her chest and said softly, "Let's kill the Corpse Clan first." 4 against 1, and there was a top expert like Luotian who could kill a level 3 great void beast. Su Yu and Shui Guanyin looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Birth of the demon. Salvation of all living beings. Bone corpse subduing mirror. Meteorite ice tribulation. The strongest people of the great void hidden dragon attacked at the same time. The scene was earth-shattering. Even a level 3 great void beast would retreat in fright. The Corpse Clan youth held the mystic skeleton black iron sword in his hand. His face was full of death energy, and he wore a cold expression. He, let me show you the supreme corpse technique of the Corpse Clan. Creak! The mystic skeleton black iron sword suddenly emitted countless white flames. The combination of the black sword and the white flames was extremely mysterious. Mountain of corpses, blood bones. With a sweep of the sword, endless white flames engulfed the sky and earth, sweeping in all directions. Su used demonic flames, Shui Guanin's merciful light, Luotian's corpse subduing mirror light, and Empress Ziwei's cold ice were instantly burned into nothingness by the white flames. In a trance, the 4 of them saw countless mountains of corpses, blood and bones engulfing their attacks. Ziwei! Luotian's expression changed drastically, and she shouted anxiously. Empress Ziwei nodded and solemnly took out a talisman in the shape of a small golden sword. It contained a terrifying power of desolation. It was a talisman for the attack of a divine warrior of heaven and earth. The small sword flew out of her palm with a swoosh and turned into a golden light, slashing at the Corpse Clan youth. That sword was indomitable, and it would not turn back until it killed its target. Even though the target was not themselves, Su Yu and the others felt a sense of insignificance that made their hearts tremble. In front of this sword, there was no way they could escape death. However, the Corpse Clan youth's expression was cold and arrogant. If the divine warrior of heaven and earth were to come in person, I would still be a little afraid. But what can a mere talisman do to me? Boundless corpse domain. The Corpse Clan youth stabbed the mystic skeleton black iron sword into the ground. With the sword as the center, endless corpse energy immediately appeared, forming a dark, deathly silent area. This technique had a similar effect to Su Yu's white-haired corpse's boundless corpse domain. The small golden sword shot into it, and was immediately corroded and worn down by the black corpse energy. The indomitable small sword gradually lost its target, and finally began to rot, turning into a piece of waste paper stained with corpse energy. This scene made the eyelids of the 4 of them twitch. He resisted the blow of the divine warrior of heaven and earth with his own strength? The divine technique of the Corpse Clan was too strange and terrifying. Next, it's my turn. The Corpse Clan youth laughed sinisterly, and the mystic skeleton black iron sword released a terrifying aura of death. The aura of death was so dense that just a breath was enough to kill an ordinary bronze overlord. If he were to slash out with the sword, how powerful would it be? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. But at this moment, another unfamiliar aura surged in. Peach blossom trees grew one after another near the Corpse Clan youth. The brilliant peach blossoms actively absorbed the aura of death in the area, rotting and withering on their own. But the peach blossoms bloomed again, and the cycle continued to devour the aura of death. Chapter 1742. This person's divine technique just happened to restrain the corpse technique of the Corpse Clan. Crack! All of a sudden, an ancient peach tree 1,000 feet thick sprang up from the ground. On the tree sat a graceful and gorgeous woman. She had a faint smile on her lips, which contrasted well with the beautiful peach blossoms. After the woman appeared, she grabbed the air, and the ancient peach tree's withered branches were like a human's palm, immediately imprisoning the youth with the deathly energy. The youth shook his body, releasing the deathly energy and corpse energy at the same time, rotting the withered branches. But as the withered branches rotted, another withered branch grew, completely unafraid of the terrible corpse energy and deathly energy. There is more than one person from the Corpse Clan. The graceful woman was the Hahuan saint who had rushed over. With a flick of her fingertip, a sharp, withered branch pierced into the body of the youth, extracting his essence. The youth's expression changed drastically. He kept struggling, but the more he struggled, the more withered branches entangled him. In just a moment, he was entangled like a dumpling, and his essence was frantically absorbed by the ancient peach tree. The four of them watched in shock. Such a powerful corpse clan was so easily subdued by the Hahuan saint, or rather, her divine technique just happened to restrain the corpse clan. After subduing the youth with the deathly energy, the Hahuan saint's beautiful eyes turned to Su Yu. Her once charming face was filled with a sneer. "You really hid yourself well, to actually deceive all of us." Su Yu was slightly puzzled. What did she mean by hiding? Strength? He vaguely had a bad feeling about this. "Corpse clan!" the Hahuan saint shouted coldly. "Capture him. I want to interrogate him personally." Shui Guanin's expression changed drastically, and she defended herself. "Brother Su Yu is a human. He can't be from the corpse clan." Empress Ziwei's lips moved, but she did not say anything to defend herself. She did not know why, but there was something inside her that prevented her from speaking. The Hahuan saint laughed coldly. How could it be false when Xiaoxia said it himself? She stared at Su Yu and shouted, "Among the three of you, if you don't capture him, you will be regarded as an accomplice of the corpse clan. After I suck this corpse clan dry, I will hunt you down to the end." The terrifying aura of a half-step divine warrior surged forward. The three of them shuddered. Only Shui Guanin clenched her teeth and stayed by Su Yu's side. Luoxin's eyes flashed coldly as she stared at Su Yu and said, "I don't care if you are from the corpse clan or not. We will capture you first. If you dare to resist, we will kill you without mercy." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and she immediately attacked. 9 hearts linked. Before Su Yu could make his move, the images of the 9 blood Guanyin leaped up. Luo Xin sneered in disdain. "Insignificant tricks. Break." With a point of her finger, a powerful and extraordinary beam of light broke through all the figures and headed straight for Shui Guanin. "Out of the way." Su Yu pushed him away and secretly used the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's fruit to devour the powerful light beam. At the same time, he swept out with his sword. "Devil born from the heart." Luo Shen fell into a trance and fell into a daze. The Concord Saintess shouted, "Wake up!" Her tone contained a wondrous fluctuation that could suppress the absent-minded, causing Luotian to wake up in an instant and dodge the sword in time. Humph! Not a bad sword. Bewitching the mind and seizing the opportunity to strike. No wonder you could kill so many level 2 great void beasts. The Concord Saintess said mockingly, "But it's a pity that you are displaying your slight skill in front of the Concord Holy Ground." Although the path of yin and yang of the Concord Holy Ground was the main path of cultivation, the bewitching and deciphering of bewitchment were also unparalleled in the world. "Thank you, Saintess." Luotian heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Su Yu with a solemn and murderous look in her eyes. "You are courting death." Luotian's beautiful face was filled with murderous intent. She took out a small golden sword, which was a talisman given by Bei Wangqin. "Go." The small talisman sword rose into the air and immediately slashed at Su Yu. Su Yu remained motionless, secretly squeezing the fruit tightly. He wasn't worried about his own safety. He was worried about how to seize this giant cauldron. A powerful and illegal Luotian was enough. With the interference of the Concord Saintess, who was half a step away from the heaven and earth divine warrior, it would be even more difficult. The small golden sword sped all the way, slashing at Su Yu within 1,000 feet of him. Su Yu was prepared. The moment the small sword exploded with power, he would use the fruit to absorb all the power. However, to Su Yu's surprise, when the small sword was about to approach Su Yu, its trajectory suddenly changed. It brushed past Su Yu and shot towards the Concord Saintess. "Explode!" At the same time, Luotian recited a spell and activated the small sword. The Concord Saintess was caught off guard and was immediately engulfed by the explosive power. The ancient peach tree was blasted into pieces, and the body of the Concord Saintess was blown into countless pieces, leaving only a scream echoing in the air. The Concord Saintess was dead. A strange smile appeared on Luotian's beautiful face. "Ha, Saintess, I think you have misunderstood Xiaoxi's meaning. In fact, the other companion of the corpse clan that he pointed out was not Suyu, but me." "What?" Shui Guanyin gasped. Empress Ziwei's expression changed drastically as well. She hurriedly stepped back and stared at Luotian with extreme vigilance. You are from the corpse clan? Aren't you afraid of the crown prince's wrath?" Luotian turned to look at her and sneered. "Poor thing, you have been brainwashed into a slave by Bei Wangqin." She could not be bothered with Empress Ziwei. With a light tap of her foot, the ancient peach tree that had been blasted into smithereens was blown away, revealing a figure standing within. The dead youth. Apart from a slight loss of essence, he was unharmed. Luotian said, "The situation was unclear just now, so I had to attack you. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Now that the Concord Saintess had been eliminated, Luotian dared to treat him as a member of the corpse clan. The dead youth said, "We are both people of the corpse clan, so it's all right. I still have to thank you for saving my life. May I know which faction of the corpse clan you are from?" Luotian looked at Suyu, then at Shui Guanyin. She smiled mysteriously. "Just in case you should kill me first. Let's talk later." The dead youth grinned and looked at Suyu. "Haha, Suyu, you didn't expect this, did you?" "Su, you really did not expect Luotian to be from the corpse clan." Now, two extremely powerful members of the corpse clan were in control of the current situation. Suyu's mind raced. Should he just give up like this? He had no clue how to seize the Beixin King Cauldron. However, at that moment, Luotian walked towards the bronze statue and sized it up. The founding emperor of the Diyu Empire, a great talent of his generation. Unfortunately, he encountered us, the corpse clan. The civilization he founded is destined to become a stepping stone for the corpse clan. As she spoke, she flew to the hands of the statue and shone the Dao bone corpse, subduing mirror on the hands. A surprising scene appeared. Between the hands, which were originally empty, was a purple gold box. Inside the box, a rich, colorful light overflowed. That was the destiny of the Diyu Empire. "Haha, this is the real Beixin King Cauldron." Luotian's eyes were filled with greed. "Master, if you refine this item, you can use the destiny of the Diyu Empire to become the Double Crown Emperor." The dead youth turned his head and stared at the item. Luotian was vigilant. She smiled faintly. "You and I both have our own tasks. If we are delayed, neither of us will have a good time." Hearing this, the dead youth hesitated for a moment before giving up on the Beixin King Cauldron and focusing on Suyu. "Suyu, you can die now." Suyu's attention was not on him at all, but on the small cauldron. It turned out that this was the real Beixin King Cauldron. Suyu was overjoyed. He had searched far and wide for it, only to find it by chance. However, Luotian had already begun to take away the Beixin King Cauldron. She carefully opened the purple gold box, and a small cauldron the size of a palm came into view. It was emitting colorful light. With a suction of her palm, she was about to suck the small cauldron away. Suyu was far away, and with the dead youth in the way, she couldn't snatch it for a moment. Bang! Suddenly, Luotian was bounced off by a thick deadwood. "Who is it?" Luotian froze and turned pale with fright. The dead youth was also shocked. He turned his head to look, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. From under the bronze statue, an even older peach blossom tree grew. At the top of the tree stood the Union Saint Lady, who should have been crushed to pieces. Suyu's pupils shrank, including this time she had been resurrected inexplicably for the second time. You are not dead." Luotian was shocked. The Union Saint lady's face was ice cold, and she was on the verge of a violent rage. "Ha ha ha, your companion from the Corpse Clan was also surprised, so his essence was sucked dry, and so are you." Swoosh! Countless withered old branches whipped toward Luotian. Luotian's face changed dramatically, and she cried out in alarm, "Save me!" The dead youth gritted his teeth, pulled out the mystic skeleton black iron sword, and cut off some branches. He shouted, "You and I will join forces." If they did not join forces, they wouldn't even be able to escape. The Union Saint lady said angrily, "I will bury you together." At the same time, she looked at Suyu and shouted, "The Corpse Clan is the common enemy of all living creatures. I have misunderstood you before, and I will make it up to you. Now, help me kill 2 of the Corpse Clan." Shue, Guanyin snorted. "Humph! Didn't you swear before that Brother Suyu is from the Corpse Clan?" Thinking of her previous arrogance and comparing it to her current attitude, Shue Guanyin felt quite proud. The Union Saint lady said, "Shut up! I didn't ask you." Shue Guanyin was furious. She was about to refute, but Suyu pressed down on her shoulder. He said, "She is right. With a great enemy in front of us, we should put aside our personal grudges for now." Pulling out the Shura sword, Suyu stepped forward. The demon arises from the heart. With a slash of the sword, endless demonic fire enveloped everyone, including the Union Saint lady. The Union Saint lady was furious. "How could you? Oh no, you want to steal the Beijing King Cauldron." She suddenly realized. But Suyu had already taken the opportunity to flash in front of the bronze statue. Together with the purple gold box, he stored the Beijing King Cauldron in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. "Let's go!" Then, Suyu used the power of space to move Shue Guanyin and Empress Ziwei in front of him. He immediately used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to teleport away. The Union Saint lady was furious. "How dare you trick me?" She wanted to chase after him, but there were still 2 Corpse Clan members in front of her. She could only vent her anger on them. Die! Endless branches covered the sky and the earth, slowly wrapping them up. Finally, they were wrapped into 2 dumplings and hung on the peach tree. The Union Saint lady was still angry. "Damn brat! I don't believe you can escape." He could escape from the Taishu faction, but could he escape from Bei Wang Chen's grasp? Although there was only one Ao Xiang, he was no match for Suyu. Chapter 1743. Leaping out of the giant cauldron, Suyu crossed the island and arrived at the Great Void Gate. Outside the door, Bei Wang Chen was standing alone, looking down at the world with his head held high. Sensing the commotion from the Gate of Great Void, he looked down and said, You're out so soon? Did you escape?" Whoosh! Suyu brought the Blood Guanyin and Empress Ziwei out of the door of Great Void. "It's you!" Ao Xiang's face was filled with displeasure. He had expected that Suyu would be the first batch of stepping stones to be eliminated. Who would have thought that he would be able to escape alive? When he looked closely, he discovered that not only him, but the Blood Guanyin had also been brought out. More importantly, Empress Ziwei, whom he was quite fond of, had also been brought along. Leaving the Great Void Gate early would be considered as forfeiting. Empress Ziwei had lost the right to compete for the Great Void Hidden Dragon. "What's going on?" Ao Xiang glared at Empress Ziwei. Empress Ziwei's red lips parted, but she looked at Suyu's face, who was right in front of her, and said, "I forfeit." "That's not like you." Ao Xiang shook his head coldly. Empress Ziwei lowered her head and said, "I have failed your highness. I am willing to accept the punishment." Looking up at the sky, Ao Xiang said in a low and deep voice, "Surrendering without a fight is what I hate the most. According to my rules, you should be expelled from my residence." Empress Ziwei's expression changed, and she pleaded, "Please show mercy, your highness." Ziwei is wrong. Ziwei doesn't want to leave Prince's side. That panicked expression was not fake at all. Su Yu and the Blood Guanyin were unfamiliar with it. Was she still the Empress Ziwei they knew? After pondering for a long time, Ao Xiang slowly said, "All right, I can make an exception for you this time. However, if you want to continue following me, then go to the life and death cliff to temper yourself. If you can come back alive, then I'll consider taking you in again. Otherwise, go back to wherever you came from." Life and death cliff? Empress Ziwei's face was slightly pale, and there was undisguised fear in her eyes. However, she still gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I'll go." Shui Guanyin was enraged and grabbed Empress Ziwei's collar. "What's wrong with you? How did it become like this?" The prideful goddess of the past was now humbly asking for shelter. She had always treated Empress Ziwei as her goal, and she was unable to accept the change in Empress Ziwei. Empress Ziwei glanced at her indifferently and said to Ao Xiang, "Prince, to tell you the truth, we came from the same civilization, and I wish to send you 2 friends off." Approved. Ao Xiang waved his hands. In his eyes, there were only strong martial artists. He had no interest in a loser like Su Yu, who had voluntarily forfeited. In fact, even the killing intent they had towards him before had vanished into thin air. Such a person was not worth his time. "Let's go." Empress Ziwei led them into the ghost swamp expressionlessly. When they reached the periphery of the ghost marsh, Empress Ziwei stopped in her tracks. She pulled out her ice sword and drew a long crack on the ground between her and Su Yu. "Our relationship ends here." She was clearly drawing a line between them. Su Yu had long felt that Empress Ziwei was acting strangely. Now that he had drawn the line, he was not so shocked. However, Shui Guanyin sneered, "You're crazy. This is insane." "I'm not crazy." Empress Ziwei's expression was sober. "I just learned of my past self, how ignorant and insignificant I was. I should say that I'm awake. Then what about the imminent crisis of the Corpse Clan in the Sea of Constellations? What about your teacher, the Emperor of Shuiyu?" Shui Guanyin asked. Empress Ziwei's expression was indifferent. "To you, the crisis of the Sea of Constellation civilization is greater than the heavens. But from the perspective of the Diyu Empire, it's just a small, insignificant wave in the vast ocean. I was once bound to the tiny civilization of the Sea of Constellations. Now that I've seen the Diyu Empire and the Emperor of Men like Bei Wangqin, I've come to realize how narrow-minded I was in the past. My vision was limited to the tiny Sea of Constellations and the relationship between master and disciple." Su Yu was shocked by the cold words he uttered. What had she experienced? She had changed so much. After pondering for a long time, Su Yu said, "I don't think the Diyu Empire is everything, and I don't think Bei Wangqin is a dragon among men. There's always someone better than you. Your choice might not be wise, but I respect your decision for the sake of your help." "Thank you," Empress Ziwei said proudly. "Helping you is just to write off all the favors you owe me. Besides, I believe my choice to follow Bei Wangqin will help me go further and higher. Hee, can he be more outstanding than Brother Su Yu?" Shui Guanyin snorted. Empress Ziwei shook her head and repeated Bei Wangqin's name with longing. "No, you'll never understand how powerful Bei Wangqin is. At first, I also thought Su Yu was the strongest heaven ruler I've ever seen. But it wasn't until I saw Bei Wangqin himself that I realized there was such an invincible emperor of heaven rulers in this world. In front of him, all the so-called geniuses are very cheap, including Su Yu." She had been deeply convinced by Bei Wangqin and changed her faith. Su Yu stared at her deeply and said, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming with me, or are you staying?" "Staying." Empress Ziwei's words were concise and decisive. "All right." Su Yu did not try to persuade her. He pulled Shui Guanyin along and turned to step into the ghost swamp, never looking back. Empress Ziwei looked at them. A complicated look flashed across her eyes, but it was finally replaced by a sense of decisiveness and ruthlessness. Finally, let me remind you of something. My teacher, the Snow Dragon Emperor, is not as simple as you think, Empress Siwei said. We've been teacher for many years, and I've never gotten within 10 feet of him. Every time I tried to get close, he would find a way to distance himself. Hearing her reminder, Shui Guanyin did not take it to heart. She secretly despised Su Yu for betraying the Sea of Constellations and still daring to defame her teacher. Su Yu was the only one who remembered it. Thank you. Su Yu took out the bronze carriage and disappeared into the depths of the ghost swamp. Outside the great void door, the Concord Saint Lady was carrying the dying Luoxin and the lifeless youth. She said, Crown Prince, capture 2 members of the corpse clan. Bei Wangqin snorted coldly. In the past tens of thousands of years, the nearby civilizations have not been peaceful. The shadows of the corpse clan have appeared from time to time. Even the Dayu Empire has corpse clan members. Did they sneak into the Beixin King Cauldron to steal it? Yes, the Concord Saint Lady said. Bei Wangqin's eyes were cold. Is the cauldron safe? It's not safe. It has been stolen. The Concord Saint Lady's face was gloomy. Bei Wangqin's pupil shrank. What did you say? Who stole it? Su Yu. Him. Bei Wangqin was obviously stunned for a moment. He immediately flew into a rage. Chase him. His face was extremely gloomy. Someone had stolen the important Beixin King cauldron right under his nose. The Concord Saint Lady had a cold smile on her face. She said, Crown Prince, use my peach blossom treasure mirror. No matter how fast he is, he can't outrun this treasure. Let's go now, Aosiang said. A giant peach blossomed, carrying the 2 of them straight towards Su Yu. A few days later, Su Yu ran along the path he came from. He was familiar with the path, and in just a few days he had crossed the 1-month journey. He would be able to leave the Dayu Empire in half a month. This is where I met the 9th prince of the Beixin King's mansion, North Wangting. I wonder how he is now, Shui Guanyin recalled. Only a few days had passed, but it felt like years. Su Yu's eyes flickered. He remembered that North Wangting had said that they had been attacked by evil spirits in the Sky City. The evil spirits' target was the Beixin King Cauldron. It seemed that Xiaoxia and Luoxin, who had infiltrated the group, were one of the evil spirits. But where was the evil spirit of the divine warrior of heaven and earth? While he was thinking, Su Yu seemed to have sensed something. He released his heavenly eyes to investigate behind him. His face could not help but sink. As expected, they have caught up. Turning his gaze, Su Yu changed the direction of the bronze carriage and headed straight for the most dangerous central area of the Ghost Marsh. Brother Su Yu, are they pursuing us? But the central area of the Ghost Marsh is no joke. No one dares to cross the central area. The Ghost Marsh was known as a land of no return, largely because of how terrifying the central area was. It is precisely because of this that there is a need to go. Su Yu's eyes flickered. 2 days later, they arrived at the central area of the Ghost Marsh. A peach blossom bloomed in front of them and rapidly multiplied, turning millions of miles of mountains and rivers into a beautiful illusory formation. Hee, you have fallen into my hands again. Saint Concord giggled charmingly. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He was not surprised at all. With their strength and magical treasures, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with Su Yu. Ao Xiang looked at Su Yu coldly, his whole body surging with murderous intent. There is no need to beg for mercy because it is useless. Since ancient times, the creatures who have attacked the Beixin King Cauldron have either died or died in the process of dying. You are no exception. Do you need my help? Saint Concord asked. Ao Xiang said coldly, When I fight, I do not need outsiders. Stand aside. Ao Xiang crossed his arms in front of his chest and landed on the ground. He stared at Su Yu. You have two choices. Return the Beijing King Cauldron when you are alive, or I will take it when you are dead. Is there a difference? Su Yu asked. Ao Xiang smiled proudly. Of course there is. The former can be killed by me personally, while the latter can only die after being hit by me countless times. One would die a quick death, the other a painful death. This was the choice Ao Xiang had given Su Yu. No matter what, he could not escape death. Shaking his head, Su Yu said, If you were to come here in person, I might still be a little afraid of you. But if you're just a mere prime minister, perhaps that won't be enough. Arrogant, Ao Xiang said. In front of me, you have no right to be arrogant. Su Yu put away the Azura sword without batting an eyelid and took out the royal dragon sword. As soon as the sword appeared, it immediately burst forth with a terrifying dragon's might. After being tempered by the dragon power in the dragon pearl, Su Yu grasped the royal dragon's sword even more easily. Although it was still difficult to wield the sword, it was far better than before. Slash! Su Yu used all the energy in his body to slash out half a style. However, even this half a style erupted with the terrifying power of a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Ah! Saint Concord was caught off guard. She was engulfed by the enormous dragon's might and died on the spot. Even Ao Xiang gritted his teeth and roared angrily. What qualifications do you have to deserve such a divine sword? Give it to me. Ao Xiang was indeed incomparably powerful. He had actually withstood the dragon's might and seized the royal dragon sword. Su Yu was unmoved. He merely waved his wrist slightly, and an even more majestic dragon's might burst forth. Puff! Finally, Ao Xiang could not bear it any longer. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Su Yu's eyes were filled with an icy light. He grasped the sword and chased after Ao Xiang, slashing head-on. This slash was meant to destroy the extraordinarily powerful Ao Xiang. However, at the critical moment, two fingers shot out from the slanted ground and strangely flicked the royal authority dragon's sword, blocking the unstoppable sword. At the same time, an unusually old voice floated into his ears. Chapter 1744. The kings of the Northern Kingdom had always been conferred by the Eastern royal family. The term of each king was only 100 million years. Many kings retired and lived in seclusion, guarding their ancestral land, the Great Void Island, before they passed away. Their only task was to guard the cauldron. If anything happened to the cauldron, the Dayu Empire would be in danger. As a conferred king, he was on the verge of collapse, and it was difficult for him to escape death. Hearing the words of the mysterious elder, Su Yu sighed helplessly. I can't avoid this after all. After stealing the cauldron, the retired king would not let it go easily. Buzz! As the lightning flashed, a translucent old man in a gray robe appeared. He was surrounded by thunder and lightning. His whole body was stained with the blood of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, which contained a shocking evil energy. In his left hand, he was holding the head of a ferocious evil spirit. Although he was dead, the evil energy that Xia Ling exuded was still terrifying. An evil spirit at the level of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Su Yu was secretly shocked. Was this the evil spirit that chased after the north-gazing pavilion in the ghost swamp? No wonder Su Yu was not stopped when he stole the Northern Kingdom King Cauldron. It turned out that the retired divine warrior of the Northern Kingdom had gone to kill the evil spirit. Ao Xiang, who had been through the gates of hell, rushed over and bowed. Greetings, Pear King. The Hahuan saint wiped the divine blood from the corner of her mouth and flew over. She knelt down and said, Greetings, Pear King. He was indeed the former king of the Northern Kingdom King. What happened? The Pear King was not angry, and his king's aura was naturally revealed. Ao Xiang gritted his teeth and lowered his head, unable to speak. The Hahuan saint pointed at Su Yu and said, Pear King, this person colluded with the corpse race to steal the Northern Kingdom King Cauldron. She was still upset that Suyu had abandoned her in the giant cauldron. It was indeed the corpse race. The Pear King looked at the evil spirit's head in his palm. Was it a trap? Creating a massacre of the Northern Kingdom King, luring out the Pear King, who was guarding the Northern Kingdom King cauldron, and taking the opportunity to send the corpse race into the giant cauldron to steal the Northern Kingdom King cauldron. Everything was planned and conspired against him. Pear King, you must eliminate this corpse race, the Concord Saintess said. The Pear King stared at Suyu and said leisurely, "Young man, if you surrender, you can die." Ao Xiang suddenly raised his head. "Pear King ancestor, how can you let this person go?" "Shut up," the Pear King said calmly. His formless aura forced Ao Xiang to lower his head again. "Since the founding of the Dayu Empire, we have adhered to the principle that all rivers return to the sea. Any talented person who is willing to join the Dayu Empire can be used. The Pear King said he was able to kill you with 2 strokes of his sword. He is very experienced. It would be a pity to kill such a talent." Ao Xiang revealed a fierce expression. He was unwilling. How could he lose to a mere bronze overlord? He was half a step into the Emperor realm. "Pear King, I don't recognize his strength." "So what if he borrowed the power of an extraordinary divine weapon? Does giving me the talisman of an Emperor of Heaven and Earth mean that I am stronger than an ordinary Emperor of Heaven and Earth?" Ao Xiang asked. The Pear King looked at him in disappointment. "You didn't lose unjustly. Up until now, you still don't understand what his divine weapon is. Even if you give it to me, you won't be able to use its full power." As a bystander, the Pear King saw everything clearly. He stared at Suyu and said, "Did you hear what I said? I don't care which faction you belong to. Even if it's the Corpse Clan, if you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, I will let bygones be bygones and give you great responsibilities." After living for 100 million years, the Pear King knew the importance of talents. Suyu was tired of explaining whether he belonged to the Corpse Clan or not. "What's the condition for me to pledge allegiance to you? You won't believe me just because of my words, will you?" Suyu asked. The Pear King shook his head. "Of course not. To pledge allegiance to me, I will need to embed the blood guide of the Beixin bloodline in your soul." Suyu was familiar with the blood guide. It was a way to control his enemies. Whoever had the blood guide could activate the power of the bloodline and kill Suyu with a single thought. Unless the bloodline of the Beixin bloodline was completely destroyed, Suyu would be a slave of the Beixin bloodline for generations to come. Such a method of control was even more vicious than ordinary control. "I see," Suyu said. The Pear King asked, "Then what's your decision?" Suyu did not say a word. He held the royal scepter dragon sword again and raised it slowly. He used his actions to show his attitude. The Pear King let out a long sigh. "It's a pity that a bright future star has fallen just like this." "That's not necessarily the case," Suyu said calmly. The Pear King shook his head. "If you could completely control the sword, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs." Suyu shook his head. "You misunderstood me. I wasn't talking about sword techniques, but when the royal scepter dragon sword was raised, a jade talisman flew out of Suyu's sleeves. The jade talisman shattered with a crack, and a faint sound erupted. A gentle, jade-like light shone in all directions. "You want to leave." The Pear King's gray robe fluttered in the wind as he slapped his palm toward Suyu. The terrifying power of the divine warrior of heaven and earth formed a giant palm that slapped toward Suyu. In front of the divine warrior of heaven and earth, any overlord's divine techniques were useless and superfluous. However, the gentle light in front of Suyu also formed a palm print, which collided with the giant palm. Bang! The palm print was shattered. The giant palm of light continued forward and slammed into the Pear King's body. The Pear King's face darkened. He waved his sleeves and took Ao Xiang and the joyful Union Saint away. After flying to a safe place, the Pear King's face turned grave. The divine warrior of double crowns? The gentle light swirled and formed a giant vortex, which looked like it could only fit one person at a time. Su Yu said, "Xiao Yin, activate the jade talisman." The blood guanyin was prepared. She threw out the jade talisman, which formed a gentle light. "Come back." The Pear King was shocked and flew over. However, the gentle light contained the mighty power of the divine warrior of double crowns. He couldn't get close to it, so he could only watch as Su Yu and the blood guanyin jumped into it and escaped. Damn it! Looking at the disappearing light, the Pear King was both shocked and angry. They planned this. Ao Xiang's face was extremely ugly. The Beixin royal cauldron had been taken away. Send a message to the entrance of the empire. Seal the border and don't let any living creatures enter. The Pear King's heart was heavy. The loss of one of the royal cauldrons of the Du Empire would definitely be shocking. Inform the Duke immediately. We have to inform the Dongfang royal family about this. The Dongfang royal family would definitely be furious after losing a tenth of the nation's destiny. Lastly, investigate the origins of those two people. We must get the royal cauldron back. Ao Xiang's eyes turned serious when he heard the last message. He shouted, "Ziwei, tell us everything you know." Empress Ziwei lowered her head and said, "Yes." 2 hours later, the border of the Du Empire was completely sealed. From the faraway center of the empire, the auras of the 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth appeared, rushing towards the Beixin royal family. At the same time, in the prince's mansion of the Beixin royal family, a young girl who claimed to be the housekeeper of the Beixin royal family held a jade talisman in her hand and bit her red lips. "I can't believe I misjudged him. The real genius is not Ziwei, but that insignificant human. I don't believe he can defeat Bei Wangchen. I want to meet him personally." The light flickered, and Su Yu and the blood guanyin appeared in a secret chamber. There were 4 meteorites prepared in the secret chamber. "You two are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." A quick-witted girl came out from a corner of the secret chamber. Su Yu said, "You are." The girl smiled sweetly and took out her identity token. "Chief Pavilion Imperial Guard token?" The blood guanyin was surprised. She looked at the girl and said, "Could you be one of the 9 great imperial guards of the chief pavilion, Jianhongyang?" The chief pavilion of the Starry Pavilion was protected by the 9 great imperial guards all year round. One of them was Tan Lang, who had recently defected. The girl in front of them was one of them. Did this mean that this place was also personally arranged by the chief pavilion master? The chief pavilion master had long predicted their situation. Hence, the jade talisman not only contained offensive techniques, but also a transportation function. Haha! The current leader of the younger generation of the Starry Pavilion, Blood Guanyin? I have long heard of your name, Jian Hongyang said. She turned to look at Su Yu and looked at him carefully. Handsome as a mortal, with an extraordinary aura. You must be Mr. Su Yu, whom the chief pavilion master specially instructed us to treat with respect. Su Yu nodded and looked around. Did the chief pavilion master order you to wait here? Yes, how are the other 2? Jian Hongyang said. Blood Guanyin said angrily, Don't mention them, 2 traitors. What happened? Jian Hongyang asked. Su Yu said calmly, We cannot stay here for long. If nothing unexpected happens, our pursuers will be here soon. Don't worry, the Starry Pavilion has operated this place for many years. No one knows about it, Jian Hongyang said. Su Yu shook his head. Aren't there 2 other people who know? They really defected? Jian Hongyang was in disbelief. If that was the case, the jade talisman in their hands could also reach this place. Let's go, Jian Hongyang said decisively. Su Yu said, Have you thought of a way out? If nothing unexpected happens, the border of the Dayu Empire should be sealed. Jian Hongyang smiled proudly. You underestimate the Starry Pavilion. How could we not have prepared a way out? Soon, they left the secret room. Outside the secret room was a boundless void. It turned out that the secret room was built at the border of the Dayu Empire. However, there was no exit at the border. Jian Hongyang took out the communication jade talisman and said, "We must leave immediately." Before long, the jade talisman received a reply. It was a voice that Suyu found familiar. "I have benefited from you for many years. I will settle this for you. Come over. I will let you leave quietly." Jian Hongyang smiled as she led Suyu and the others to the entrance of the Northern Territory. This was the entrance that Suyu and the others had come from. The incident of being harassed by the public prosecutor at the entrance was still fresh in their minds. The entrance was sealed, and the two sides were deserted. There was no one around. "Come over quickly." Suddenly, a sneaky old man poked his head out of the corner of the entrance and waved at them with extreme vigilance. Suyu was stunned when he saw this person. The white-robed old man who had inspected the entrance with Xian Ji was the person in front of them. The Starry Pavilion's years of operation had not gone to waste. They could even bribe the public prosecutor at the border. The white-robed old man led them to a corner of the entrance. There was a small crack that had been dug by someone. It seemed to be just big enough for one person to pass through. If it was concealed, it would be impossible to detect it. It looked like this was not the first time this old man had done something like this. This crack had existed for a long time. It was unknown how many benefits he had received and how many suspicious people he had let pass through the Dayu Empire. There were countless entrances and exits in the Dayu Empire. How many public prosecutors were like him? If the Corpse Clan could sneak in, they must have colluded with the public prosecutor. With a sigh, Suyu and the others left through the crack. They used the 2 meteorites they had prepared to enter the boundless void. "Elder, I have a question," Suyu said. Jian Hongyang said, "Please speak." "How many Corpse Clan members are there?" Suyu asked. From the conversation between the youth and Luotian in the giant cauldron, he could tell that they belonged to different Corpse Clans. Moreover, they did not come from the Sea of Constellations. Jian Hongyang's expression changed slightly. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. However, there are many Corpse Clans. The Sea of Constellations might not be the only place with them." "Is that so?" Suyu thought of the missing Emperor Corpse and the white-haired corpse, as well as the hidden second Corpse King, the Undying Boy. His heart was filled with gloom. Not long after they entered the void, 2 light vortexes appeared in the secret room. 2 people walked out, one after the other. They were none other than the Pear King and Ao Xiang. "We're too late." The Pear King looked around and his face darkened. Ao Xiang said, "Don't worry. The border is sealed. They can't escape. We'll find them even if we have to dig 3 feet underground." The Pear King said calmly, "Do you think they have no way out if they could leave such a secret room? Let them open the border. There's no need to seal it anymore. We can go directly to the Sea of Constellations civilization." At the same time, at the border of the Dayu Empire, on a meteorite floating at the edge of a cliff, a strong flood dragon with the head of a flood dragon was sitting cross-legged. His whole body was covered in dust as if he had been petrified. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and grinned. "Brat, you're finally out. Let's see where you can run this time." With a sinister smile, the flood dragon disappeared into the void like a meteorite. What remained was the thick power of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. Suyu steered the meteorite toward the Sea of Constellations civilization. He took out the purple gold wooden box and opened it to reveal a small cauldron surrounded by 5-colored energy. "Is this the King Cauldron of the Dayu Empire?" Jian Hongyang's eyes were filled with shock. "I didn't expect you to snatch the King Cauldron. Hiss, even the 3 pavilion masters might not be able to succeed." Suyu shook his head. "It's just that our cultivation is low. so it's not easy to alert the Beijing faction. It's nothing. Staring at the Beijing King Cauldron, Su Yu's eyes were filled with curiosity. The top 3 of the great void hidden dragons all have the opportunity to enter the King Cauldron and cultivate with the help of the destiny of the nation. The so-called giant King Cauldron should be just the outer shell of this small cauldron. I wonder how it would be if we were to cultivate so close to this cauldron? Shui Guanin's heart was pounding, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. During the trip to the Diyu Empire, she had suffered many setbacks. Shui Guanin's desire for power was far greater than before. She wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. What are we waiting for? Let's try it now. It's not a bad thing to absorb the destiny of the Diyu Empire. However, Jian Hongyang stopped her hurriedly. She said solemnly no. Shui Guanin was surprised. Why? Chapter 1745. Why do you say that? Su Yu was shocked. Jian Hongyang asked, Do you know what the kingdom's fate is? As he looked at the multicolored energy surrounding the small cauldron, Su Yu seemed to have understood something. The so-called fate of the nation is the Great Yu Empire's civilization core crystal. It includes the Great Yu Empire's heaven and earth spirit veins, rare treasures, and all sorts of opportunities. Jian Hongyang was very knowledgeable, Shui Guanin said. Since that's the case, absorbing it will be even more beneficial to us. Jian Hongyang nodded and said indeed. If the first emperor of the Diyu Empire did not add the bloodline of the Eastern royal family into the civilization crystal. What do you mean? Blood Guanin said. Could it be that a civilization core crystal that has been tainted with the blood of the Eastern royal family cannot be absorbed? Jian Hongyang sighed. It's not that you can absorb it, but after you absorb it, it will be assimilated by the Eastern royal family's bloodline in the core crystal and become a part of the core crystal. Hearing this, Su Yu was horrified. Shui Guanin stuck out her tongue. Then, the corpse race that we encountered, the purpose of seizing this cauldron was to give it to the Corpse King to refine. Could it be that the Corpse King is not worried about being assimilated into a core crystal? What she said wasn't unreasonable. The purpose of Luotian's master was to refine the North Letter King Cauldron. That is the corpse race after all. There are too many inconceivable things that we living beings can't understand. Jian Hongyang also didn't really understand the reason. Is that so? Su Yu felt regretful. Out of caution, he gave up on absorbing the destiny of the nation. However, he still couldn't miss out on the opportunity to cultivate with the help of the nation's fortune. Opening the lid of the small cauldron, an invisible pressure enveloped Zhang Xian. It was as if they weren't facing a palm-sized cauldron, but the entire Diyu Empire. At the same time, the colorful fortune of the nation caused countless civilization information to automatically appear in one's mind. This information had an incomparably huge effect on their comprehension and cultivation. Brother Su Yu, I feel like the red lotus beneath my feet is showing signs of evolution after absorbing the destiny of the nation. Shui Guanin said in disbelief. Not only would living beings benefit from it, but even Red Lotus would receive unimaginable benefits. Is that so? Su Yu fumbled around and took out the 10,000-year-old Golden Flame's forbidden wood sword. Upon encountering the 5-colored fate of the nation, the sword seemed to have come to life as it swelled and contracted. Every time it absorbed, a strange pattern would appear on the surface of the sword. At first glance, they looked like wooden veins, but upon closer inspection, they looked like runes. Brother Su Yu, what is that on your sword? Shui Guanin asked curiously. Su Yu was also surprised. I've never seen it before. He tried to brush it with his finger, and the result was a bolt of golden lightning and flames. Hiss! The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he quickly retracted his hand. Su Yu forced out the remaining electric currents and flames from his body with his divine power. He was puzzled. Thunder fire? Its power is very ordinary. Strange, after devouring the nation's fortune. It only produced some insignificant mutation. In fact, he had secretly hoped that the golden flames forbidden would grow a heaven-defying fruit like the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. It was a pity that he only received such a weak change. Thunder flame? Jian Hongyang revealed a curious expression and said thoughtfully, I once saw some records about lightning fire in the Pavilion Master's private collection. She was exceptionally knowledgeable. As the saying goes, heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Thunder is born from the heavens, while fire originates from the earth. Under natural circumstances, the two rarely fuse. Only some living beings and cultivators will fuse the two together. The thunder fire in front of us is a natural fusion, which is very rare. Jian Hongyang said, the thunder fire that fuses naturally is called the boundless karma flame in that ancient book. It means that it is neither heavenly thunder nor earthly fire. Boundless karma flame? This was the first time Su Yu had heard such a name for thunder fire. The boundless karma flame also has a high and low level. The darker the color, the stronger the power. However, the golden boundless karma flame has never been recorded in the ancient book. Jian Hongyang was also puzzled. Su Yu pointed to the patterns on it and said, if more of the nation's fortune is absorbed, won't the thunder fire be stronger? If that was the case, the power of the thunder fire released by the sword that was covered with patterns should be even stronger, right? In theory, that is true. However, a weapon of the same level of nation's fortune will not absorb it again after absorbing it once, unless it finds a higher level of nation's fortune. Su Yu was disappointed. He looked at the useless thunder fire with a bitter smile and casually threw the golden flames forbidden wood into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. What he did not know was that after the sword entered the nursery, the golden flames forbidden wood that was still growing began to wither. Pieces of golden essence were peeled off from their bodies and integrated into the golden flames forbidden wood. The golden flames emitted by the golden flames forbidden wood long sword became more and more intense. They were extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire 9 jade spiritual pearl into a golden color. Then, with a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the golden flames forbidden wood long sword. As more and more golden light spots integrated into it, the cracks became denser and denser, until the entire body of the sword was densely covered with cracks. With a popping sound, all the cracks peeled off. The golden light that filled the sky also slowly faded away, revealing a brand new golden sword. Unlike the golden flames of the past, the golden flames forbidden wood sword now was crystal clear, as transparent as jade. The sleeping little Kylin seemed to feel something and opened its eyes. It stared at the golden jade sword in surprise and snorted. Another good treasure wasted. Humph. After saying that, fell asleep again. Su Yu, who was completely unaware of this, felt the majestic nation's fortune and said, Elder, let's comprehend together. Can I really? The imperial cauldron was painstakingly obtained by you. I didn't do anything, Jian Hongyang said, her eyes full of excitement. Blood, Guanyin smiled. Lord Imperial Guard, don't be so humble. This much fortune is enough for all the creatures of the entire sea of constellations civilization to comprehend together. How could I? Jian Hongyang rubbed her hands together. Su Yu smiled. It won't be long before we return. Let's hurry. He closed his eyes and sat down, cultivating under the majestic nation's fortune. But in the moment of cultivation, Su Yu immediately felt the door of the inner mansion in his body rapidly expand. So magical? Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Looking at Blood Guanyin and Jian Hongyang, they were both full of surprise. Obviously, their cultivation had also undergone great changes. Filled with excitement, Su Yu seized the time to enter a state of cultivation. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Looking from afar, the civilization of the ocean world was like a drop of water isolated in a world of nothingness and darkness. Beep beep, the meteor was about to reach its destination, automatically sending out a warning signal. Suyu and the others were all startled awake. Ha ha ha, Crystal Overlord! I have finally broken through to Crystal Overlord. Blood Guanyin looked up to the sky and laughed, extremely excited. She had stayed in the realm of Golden Overlord for too long. She had finally broken through the shackles and reached the realm of Crystal Overlord. With such a cultivation level, she would have the power to fight a peak overlord again. Haha, if Empress Siwei knew that I had reached Crystal Overlord before her, I wonder what she would think. Blood Guanyin thought to herself. She chose Bei Wangqin and gave up on Brother Suyu. That was destined to be the biggest mistake of her life. Congratulations! Jian Hongyang said with a smile, full of energy. Blood Guanyin sized her up and smiled. Lord Imperial Guard, you are not bad too. Your aura is stronger than before. You are about to break through to peak Overlord, right? Haha, thanks to you, I will be able to break through to peak Overlord in a few more years of preparation. Jian Hongyang was extremely happy. But the one who has improved the most should be him, right? Blood Guanyin squatted down, her bright eyes looking at Suyu without blinking. At that moment, Suyu's whole body was reflecting light, emitting a jade-like luster. The aura of a golden overlord was naturally released. 2 levels in one go. Blood Guanyin laughed bitterly. Back then, I spent 5 years and suffered a lot to break through from Bronze Overlord to Emperor Overlord. But brother, Su, you did it in one night. Jian Hongyang did not think much of it. How impressive is the destiny of the Diyu Empire. Even a crystal overlord like me almost broke through. It is normal for bronze overlords to break through to golden overlord. With this cauldron, he can easily create golden overlords in batches. Hearing this, the blood Guanyin sucked in a cold breath. Yes, if a bronze overlord was watered by the Northern King Cauldron, it would definitely break through its shackles and reach the level of a golden overlord. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of black mist. These were the various impurities left in his body. Now that he had reached golden overlord, his internal injuries were all gone, turning into impurities that were expelled from his body. Phew, golden overlord? Suyu thought to himself. With the support of such a powerful divine power, using the royal power dragon sword should not be as difficult as before, right? What happened to our constellation Sea civilization? Blood Guanyin looked around, suddenly noticing something strange. Following her gaze, Suyu's expression changed. The constellation Sea was a sea of purple. No matter where it was filled with purple light. Suyu looked carefully, clearly seeing a purple star hanging in the sky above the constellation Sea. Ancient star. Suyu was shocked. Why was the ancient star floating in the air after being gone for almost 2 years? Jian Hongyang's expression also froze. Is there a change in the constellation Sea? The 3 of them looked solemn as they leaped out of the fallen star and entered the constellation Sea. Back to the Star Pavilion, main pavilion. Jian Hongyang took out a door filled with water with the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of warm blood. The door of water immediately boiled, producing countless splashes of water. This was a top-notch transportation door that led directly to the Star Pavilion main pavilion. Only the Imperial Guards had access to it, and it was used at the most critical moments. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Chief Pavilion Master quickly, Jian Hongyang said. Suyu nodded and stepped into the door of water. Before he left, he looked at the purple ancient star and suddenly felt his own thread of fate fluctuating. Is there a danger targeting me there? Suyu frowned. Judging from the fluctuation of the thread of fate, the level of danger was not low. If there was no need, it would be better for him not to go near the ancient star. After passing through the door of water, Suyu felt suffocated, and he appeared in a lake. Looking around, he saw the 9 familiar stars all around him. The star pavilion, main pavilion. He was at the centermost star, which was surrounded by clouds all year round. This was where the star pavilion's chief pavilion master, Huang Fulayong, resided. However, the strange thing was, whether it was the 9 stars or the star where the chief pavilion master was, there was not a single living creature. Chapter 1746. Where are they? Jian Hongyang asked in fear. Shui Guanin's eyes were filled with unease. As the strongest force in the sea of constellations, there were no living creatures in the star pavilion. This was not normal. In the 2 years that they had been gone, there must have been a huge change. Ma, Ku! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the depths of the star. Jian Hongyang's expression changed. It's the place where the chief pavilion master trains in seclusion. Whoosh! She immediately turned into a beam of light and flew over. Wait for me. As a member of the Star Pavilion, Shui Guanin had the deepest feelings for him and immediately rushed over. Only Su Yu rubbed his chin, looking up at the purple ancient star as he leisurely followed behind them. Whoosh! After a few breaths, Jian Hongyang and Shui Guanin arrived. It was an isolated Taoist temple on the edge of a cliff. The pines rustled with the sounds of nature, and the mist flowed through the air. This was where the chief pavilion master of the Star Pavilion trained in seclusion. Jian Hongyang headed straight for the tallest building in the Taoist temple. The chief pavilion master trained in seclusion here for 30,000 years. Who's inside? Jian Hongyang asked coldly as she stared at the wide open door. It was pitch black inside, so dark that it made one feel uneasy. Ma, Ku! A strange sound came from deep within the dark building. Thud, thud, at the same time, heavy footsteps could be heard. A faintly discernible figure walked out from the dark building. Ice Blade Guard. Jian Hongyang recognized this person, her expression joyful. She let down her guard and took a few quick steps forward. What happened? Why is there no one in the main pavilion? Roar! But suddenly, the Ice Blade Guard let out an inhuman roar, his entire body pouncing forward. Under the illumination of the purple light, Jian Hongyang could finally see his face clearly. How could that be the Ice Blade Guard? His entire body was festering, his eyes bloodshot and fierce. He had no self-awareness, like a beast acting on instinct. Jian Hongyang drew her sword in shock. Sword of the secular world. A ray of red sword light pierced through the Ice Blade Guard's body. The Ice Blade Guard did not feel anything. His body pounced forward unhindered, pushing Jian Hongyang to the ground. He opened his foul mouth, revealing sharp fangs as he bit down on her neck. Corpse transformation? Jian Hongyang said in shock. Wasn't the Ice Blade Guardsman's current appearance the same as that of the corpse race that had been transformed 30,000 years ago, as recorded in the ancient records? According to Gu Jian, once bitten by a corpse, the powerful corpse poison would immediately invade the converted person's body, wiping out their vitality and occupying their consciousness. At the critical moment, Jian Hongyang's body trembled and emitted boundless red golden light. Secular sword chi. Countless sword chi shot out, shaking off the Ice Blade Imperial Guards that were pouncing on her. Jian Hongyang took this opportunity to retreat 100 meters. Blood Guanin, quickly retreat. She shouted as she protected Blood Guanin behind her. Shui Guanin was absent-minded. One of the 10 great Imperial Guards, the Ice Blade Imperial Guard, was reduced to the corpse race roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the Ming Tower. At the same time, 3 corpses with monstrous corpse chi rushed out. Damn the Imperial Guards! Divine Forbidden Guard! Yuan Wu Imperial Guard! Jian Hongyang's pupils constricted as a monstrous wave rose in her heart. The 4 Imperial Guards had all been reduced to the corpse race. She no longer had the time to care about what had happened in the general pavilion. Instead, she should be concerned about whether she could leave this place alive. She was the weakest existence among the 10 Imperial Guards. Even if the 4 Imperial Guards were reduced to the corpse race and their overall strength was reduced, she was no match for them, 4 against 1. Crack! The Ice Blade Imperial Guard roared angrily as he pulled out a shining ice blade from his palm and slashed at Jian Hongyang. The enormous sword chi was mixed with extreme coldness, freezing space, and even time. Jian Hongyang's heart sank. As expected, they were still preserving their strength. The other 3 Imperial Guards also attacked at the same time. The most extreme thing was that they retained the tacit understanding they had when they were alive. The 4 of them joined forces to execute 4 powerful divine techniques. Jian Hongyang felt a life and death crisis, and her eyelids twitched rapidly. Blood, Guanyin, hurry and leave. She held her sword in front of her. The sword also sensed its master's danger and continuously hummed as it erupted with powerful sword chi. Unfortunately, such sword chi was only enough to block 1 Imperial Guard, for it was far from enough. My 4 lords, forgive me for not being able to accompany you. I cannot become a corpse race with you. Seeing that she was about to die, Jian Hongyang slashed her sword upwards, aiming for her neck. Her sword could not only kill the body, it could also bury the soul. Ah! She gritted her teeth and let out a low roar, about to bury her body and soul. But right at this moment, a palm stretched out abruptly and grabbed her right hand that was holding the sword. Jian Hongyang's heart trembled. Who could get so close to her without her knowing? What shocked her even more was that this person had grabbed her right hand, preventing her hand from moving. Even when she fought against the strongest of the 10 great Imperial Guards, the Heavenly Foot Imperial Guard, she had never been in such a sorry state. Don't be in a hurry to die, it's not time yet. A familiar young voice entered her ears. Jian Hongyang's body trembled. It's you. She glanced sideways. It was none other than Suyu. She could not believe that Suyu, who had just broken through to the Golden Overlord, had such remarkable abilities. Letting go of her hand, Suyu looked at the 4 former Imperial Guards. He held the Azura sword in one hand and swung it lightly. Demon born from the heart. The illusion enveloped the entire area, including Jian Hongyang. When she regained consciousness, a scene that caused her to gasp unfolded in front of her eyes. All 4 members of the Corpse Clan had been decapitated. Most importantly, their heads had been sliced open, their consciousness destroyed. They were completely dead. Ignoring her calm gaze, Suyu shook off the pitch-black corpse blood on his sword. Their souls have been corroded. Only by destroying their souls can they be killed. He walked to the front of the building with his hands clasped behind his back. Come out. There was someone else inside. Jian Hongyang and Shui Guanyin's expressions tensed. However, the Ming Tower was silent. Since you don't want to show yourself, I'll have to ask you to come out. The Azura sword swept out, a massive sword energy, slashing down vertically, splitting the building in 2 from the center. A rumbling sound reverberated throughout the universe. Dust filled the sky. A black figure, half squatting on the ground, came into view. He was single-handedly holding up a large pile of rubble, his entire body releasing a powerful divine energy. The strength of his divine energy far surpassed Jian Hongyang's, the aura of a peak overlord. Shui Guanyin was shocked, but when she realized Suyu was there, she heaved a sigh of relief. Jian Hongyang's heart trembled when she saw this person, the leader of the Imperial Guard's Heavenly Foot. She was even more shocked that Heavenly Foot had not been transformed. Her face lit up with joy, but she quickly realized something was wrong. They were both in the building, so why didn't the transformed corpse bite him? Why did he hide and not show himself to help? Retracting her foot, Jian Hongyang's expression darkened. Leader Heavenly Foot, can you give me an explanation? Crack. Heavenly Foot crushed the rubble in his palm. looking up with a pair of fierce eyes. The explanation is that you're too stupid. You can't even compare to that little brat. Jian Hongyang turned her head to see Su Yu coldly staring at Heavenly Foot, his eyes filled with disdain. The unforgivable will betray you, Su Yu said slowly, the azure sword in his hand reflecting a blood-red cold light. Betray. Jian Hongyang was dazed, feeling like she was dreaming. The leader of the Starry Pavilion's Imperial Guards had already been bribed by the Corpse Clan? The Starry Pavilion is the most prosperous business organization in the Sea of Constellations. Don't you understand that there are no eternal enemies in this world? There are only eternal benefits? Heavenly Foot stood up, shaking off the dust on his body. The ancient corpse sect has infiltrated every corner of the Sea of Constellations civilization for many years. There are people from the ancient corpse sect in all the small, medium, and large forces. I am only one of them. Hearing him say it himself, Jian Hongyang let out a dejected laugh. The chief pavilion master is determined to destroy the ancient corpse sect. It's laughable that your most trusted servant has become a member of the ancient corpse sect. I have to thank the chief pavilion master for being in seclusion all year round and trusting me. Otherwise, no matter how capable I am, how would I dare to trade with the ancient corpse sect under his watch? Heavenly Foot laughed. Jian Hongyang's eyes were filled with disdain. Tui, traitor. Heavenly Foot laughed sinisterly. Soon we will be comrades again, just like Bing Dao and the other three. You did it, Jian Hongyang asked angrily. Heavenly Foot clasped his hands behind his back. They refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Originally, they could have been on equal footing with me and worked together for the Corpse Clan. Unfortunately, they chose the path that they shouldn't have chosen. In that case, I can only erase their consciousness. Jian Hongyang gripped her long sword tightly and said, That's because they are loyal to the chief pavilion master. Unlike you, who can give up anything for your own benefits. Don't talk big and lecture me. You don't have the right. Heavenly Foot scoffed and took a step forward. The powerful aura of a peak overlord enveloped her. Jian Hongyang only let out a muffled groan, but she stubbornly stood up. Your cultivation has improved so quickly that you're almost a peak overlord. You've caught up to me? Heavenly Foot was astonished. He said in disbelief, It seems like you received the chief pavilion master's orders to carry out a mission in secret and obtained great benefits. However, that's all. Heavenly Foot's aura changed again. Jian Hongyang couldn't withstand the even more powerful aura. Her face turned red, and she spat out a mouthful of divine blood, splattering it all over the ground. In front of a peak overlord, anyone below the glazed crystal overlord level is an ant. His aura shook and enveloped Shui Guanyin and Suyu. Shui Guanyin's face turned pale. Even though she had a few opportunities to face peak overlords, she was still powerless in front of them. You are indeed different. Heavenly Foot stared at Suyu, who was standing there calmly. He was both surprised and fearful. Suyu shrugged. People often say that. Humph, aren't you just proficient in the language of the foreign races? Perhaps you've learned some strange divine arts of the foreign races. Heavenly Foot was unconcerned. You can play tricks, but in the face of absolute power, you'll have to show your true colors. Heaven trampling. He took a step forward and immediately gathered a horrifying and majestic aura to crush Suyu. In Suyu's perception, it was as if the sky had collapsed, causing one's divine soul to tremble. Suyu smiled lightly. His brown pupils gradually turned silvery white and shot out 2 silver flames. The 2 flames fused into one, becoming a silver firebird. With a chirp, it ignored the majestic aura and tunneled into Heavenly Foot's body. Heavenly Foot was caught off guard. Endless silver light shot out of his body. His expression showed signs of struggle before his body went limp. The silver firebird flew out with his soul in its mouth and flew back to Suyu. In less than a breath's time, the insufferably arrogant leader of the Imperial Guards had his soul captured in the blink of an eye. Jian Hongyang was stunned on the spot. It was like a dream. Heavenly Foot had been captured in a single exchange. Looking at Suyu's back, she had the illusion that she was looking at the chief pavilion master. Heavenly Foot was terrified. "What did you do? What is this firebird?" Creak! The flames on the firebird flickered, burning Heavenly Foot to the point of screaming in pain. "Stop! Stop!" This fire had an unparalleled restraining effect on souls. "I'll ask and you answer. What happened after we left?" Suyu asked. Heavenly Foot hesitated for a moment. The firebird immediately released its flames, burning him until he begged for mercy. I'll speak. As soon as you left, the chief pavilion master mobilized all the forces of the civilization of the Sea of Constellations to form the allied forces of the living to invade the ancient stars, but in the end, he did not continue, his eyes evasive. Suyu said indifferently, "I guess the corpse race was prepared and set up an ambush. The allied forces of the living suffered heavy casualties because of you, the spy, who tipped off the corpse race, right?" Heavenly Foot defended himself. I didn't. How is the allied forces of the living now?" Suyu asked. Heavenly Foot hurriedly said, "Just a lot of casualties. They are above." "Above?" Suyu looked up, his pupils constricting slightly. "Trapped in the ancient stars. The Sea of Constellations has been completely occupied by you." Suyu's eyes turned cold. Heavenly Foot was afraid. Except for the purple dream divine bamboo, the other 3 regions have been occupied. The South Sea, the North Sea, and the Star Pavilion were all occupied by the corpse race. How are the casualties of the divine warriors? Suyu asked. Except for the death of the Emperor Killer, the rest of the divine warriors are unharmed. He was dead? Suyu's face darkened. The death of a divine warrior of heaven and earth was no trivial matter. It meant that the other party had at least a powerful being or divine technique that could kill a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Who killed him? Hearing that, Heavenly Foot's eyes were filled with deep reverence. Lan Yu. Who? Shui Guanyin walked over and asked suspiciously, "The Lan Yu you mentioned is not the same Lan Yu who was banished by the Star Pavilion, right?" Lan Yu of the Star Pavilion was not worth mentioning in her eyes. "It's her, a former member of the Star Pavilion, Lan Yu." Heavenly Foot was terrified. The Star Pavilion was breached because of her. She led several corpse kings to massacre the Star Pavilion and killed all the members who stayed behind to guard the Star Pavilion. The master of the Red Leaf Pavilion was personally executed by her. She was also ruthless to the rest of the people in the pavilion. At this point, Heavenly Foot shuddered, as if the bloody and vicious scene of that day was replaying before his eyes. I can be described as a beast for betraying my own faction and killing my own people. But compared to Lan Yu, I'm too noble. At least I gave them a quick death. But Lan Yu's methods are infuriating. The master of the Red Leaf Pavilion was afraid of Suyu and banished Lan Yu, who had a grudge against him. No one had expected Lan Yu to massacre the Red Leaf Pavilion and torture them to death with bloody methods that even Heavenly Foot was terrified of. Wait, how could Lan Yu lead the Corpse Kings? Shui Guanyin said in disbelief. Chapter 1747. The Corpse Emperor by Qi. Suyu pondered. Are you talking about the white-haired Corpse King? Yes, Qianzu said in awe. After the Corpse King was the Emperor Corpse. Then what was the Corpse Emperor? How strong is he? Suyu's eyes flashed. From their previous fight, he was only equivalent to a 1-crown emperor. 3-crown emperor, Qianzu said. Suyu's pupils shrank. 3-crown emperor? Even the rumored strongest creature of the Diu Empire was only on the verge of becoming a 3-crown emperor. If the white-haired corpse was really that strong, he would not have been injured by Suyu's sword. Sensing Su Yu's doubt, Tianzu added, that was at his peak. He is still a one-crown emperor. That's more like it. What's with Lan Yu? Su Yu frowned. He did not like this woman at all. She was greedy for fame and fortune, narrow-minded and vicious after gaining power. Such a woman had become the empress of the corpse emperor by Qi. Was there a hidden reason behind it? A villain intoxicated by success. Xue Guanyin clenched her fists, looking at the desolate land with deep hatred. How could she be so vicious? If I had known this would happen, I would have killed her. Su Yu stared at Tianzu, his eyes flickering. Then what are you doing here? Tianzu did not dare hide anything. Empress Yu ordered me to wait for you to return. Wait for us. Su Yu did not understand. Tianzu carefully looked at Su Yu, hesitating. To be precise, we were waiting for you. She asked us to capture you alive and hand you over to her to deal with. Su Yu laughed angrily. Deal with me? She did not say, but looking at her expression, she was probably no better than the master of the Hongya Pavilion. Su Yu could not understand Lan Yu's thoughts. From the beginning to the end, he had never harmed a single hair on this woman's head. In fact, he had even saved her many times. But what about her? For some reason, she hated Su Yu. It was ridiculous. One last question. Since you are a living creature, why did the 4 Imperial Corpse clan guards not attack you? Tianzu's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. Humph! Su Yu's eyes shot out a beam of light, piercing deep into his soul. Soul control technique. Ah! Tianzu only had time to groan before his soul was taken over. Answer me, how did you do it? Tianzu's eyes were lifeless as he said, the corpse race specially developed the heavenly corpse powder. Where? It's in the storage space. Su Yu sucked in the air and pulled the limp body that had fallen to the ground over to him. When he swept his gaze across the area, he immediately discovered that the space around the body was fluctuating. Su Yu gathered a mass of space divine power in his palm. Then he reached into it and took out a white jade box. There was a large amount of purplish-black powder inside, emitting a dense corpse aura. How do I use it? As long as you store a small amount in the inner palace, the corpse race will determine that you are of the same race through the corpse chi they emit. They will not attack you. Tianzu explained in detail. Implanted in the inner palace? Su Yu understood. All right, you can go now, Su Yu said indifferently. The silver firebird opened its mouth and swallowed his entire soul. The feathers on the surface of its body became more realistic, and even its eyes began to move. Jian Hongyang was incomparably respectful towards the leader of the Imperial Guards, being killed with a wave of her hand. Senior, it seems that we have to make a trip to the ancient star, Su Yu said to Jian Hongyang. Jian Hongyang hurriedly bowed in return and said, Senior Su, please don't insult me. I don't deserve to be called senior. She smiled bitterly in her heart. If she had known that Su Yu was hiding such powerful strength, how would she dare to call herself a senior? Su Yu did not beat around the bush and said, Keep some of the heavenly corpse powder for each of you inside. Xue Guanyin took a portion and stored it in the inner palace. She said, The chief pavilion master was obviously waiting for us to retrieve the Beixin King tripod. Why did he suddenly launch an expedition? Did something happen and he changed his mind at the last minute? Maybe not. Su Yu sighed. I think he planned it from the beginning. He gave us an impossible task, but he sent the most promising junior of the Sea of Constellations away in advance, leaving a spark for the Sea of Constellations. So, as soon as we left, he immediately launched an expedition to the ancient star. Xue Guanyin's throat was hoarse, as if blocked by something, and she could not speak. Her crystal-like eyes were filled with tears, and she choked with sobs. You mean the chief pavilion master has had an ominous premonition for a long time? It was more than ominous. Perhaps Huang Fulayang had already predicted their end. The memories of Empress Siwei, the merciless Saber Emperor, and Shui Guanyin might have been erased by Huangfu Liang, but Su Yu had cleverly preserved them. In that memory, Huangfu Liang had revealed a secret that no one knew. That was, the palm of the emperor's corpse 30,000 years ago had not recovered at all. Instead, it had become more severe. He did not have much life left. Once the injury could not be suppressed and broke out, his vitality would be cut off, and then he would be transformed into a corpse with a double-crowned emperor. In this battle, he had cut off all means of retreat, and he had no chance of winning. If he could win, he could pacify the hidden dangers of the ancient corpse. Unfortunately, from the current situation, there was no sign of victory. Instead, he had fallen into a desperate situation. Looking up at the ancient star, Su Yu had a premonition that the threads of fate were fluctuating more violently. If it was not necessary, he did not want to go there. However, the whereabouts of Xia Jingyu and Xinga were unknown. They had either died in battle and turned into corpses, or they were among the remaining living beings that were surrounded by the coalition army. Let's go! Su Yu's eyes were overflowing with determination. Yin and yang energies appeared above his head, and he instantly left the star pavilion and headed straight for the ancient star. The closer he got to the ancient star, the more intense the evil purple light became. Roar! Before he could get close, dozens of transformed corpses rushed out from inside. They sniffed with their nostrils and turned back to the ancient star with expressionless faces. Su Yu sensed that the heavenly corpse powder in his inner mansion was slightly heating up. This thing was really useful. Relieved, everyone descended on the ancient star. What came into view was a shocking scene. The entire ancient star was densely covered with countless transformed corpses. They were densely packed, like an endless forest. They crowded together, roaring and running in a certain direction. The ear-piercing strange cries and the dense group of corpses made one's hair stand on end. Where are they going? Shui Guanyin asked. Su Yu's eyes were filled with wisdom. There are only two places. One is to pay a visit to the Supreme Corpse Emperor, and the other is to besiege the trapped living beings. We will know once we get to the bottom of it. The three of them looked at each other and entered the mighty group of corpses without any expression on their faces. They followed them forward. A few days later, a huge city with a height of 10,000 feet appeared in front of them. The city was made of bronze coffins, messy and irregular. It could be seen that it was built in a hurry. A steady stream of corpses attacked inside frantically, but without exception, as soon as they got close, they were smashed to pieces by the divine technique on the city wall. We are lucky to have encountered the living beings' alliance. Su Yu smiled and separated the group of corpses in front of him, leading two people to imitate the corpse clan. Shui Guanyin and Jian Hongyang understood tacitly. They pretended to be the corpse clan and followed the group of corpses, slowly approaching the city wall. As long as they reached within 10,000 feet of the city wall, they would have the strength to jump in. Boom! The first batch of corpses was blasted into dust, and the second batch filled in. Su Yu and the others were able to move forward. The process was extremely long. Su Yu and the other two were patient and did not dare to make any drastic movements, lest they were seen through. If they were seen through, it would be more difficult to escape from the encirclement of countless corpses. Finally, they entered the first three batches and were 3,000 feet away from the city wall. As long as the first two batches were destroyed, they could rush into the city wall. The three of them had different degrees of urgency. Soon, they had finally reached this step. Woo, woo, woo! Suddenly, a series of low bugles sounded from the back of the army. The batch of corpses in front of Su Yu changed their charging stance and turned around to run back. The group of corpses, including Su Yu's, all turned around and retreated like the tide. Sound the gongs to retreat? Of all times? Shui Guanyin was so angry that a mouthful of blood was stuck in her chest. Jian Hongyang clenched her teeth and moved her shoulders, preparing to force her way through. A distance of 3,000 feet if there were no major accidents, should not be too much of a problem. However, just as her shoulders moved, Su Yu's palm pressed them down. His warning sounded in her ear. "Do not act rashly." Jian Hongyang said, "We might as well give it a try. With the three of us joining forces, unless the opponent's corpse king personally interferes, the probability of us entering the city is very high." Su Yu shook his head. "Do not be impatient. Let's wait and see." Almost as soon as Su Yu's voice fell, more than 10 figures rushed out from the corpse army, heading straight for the city wall. They emitted corpse energy and looked like the corpse clan, but their bodies did not have any characteristics of the corpse clan. Jian Hongyang was surprised. They also obtained the heavenly corpse powder. Su Yu's eyes shone. "We are not the only ones who have found a way to infiltrate the corpse clan," Jian Hongyang said excitedly. "Quick! Let's go too. With more people, the targets will be scattered. It will be easier for us to enter." Su Yu was still pressing down on her shoulders. He said firmly, "I said do not act rashly." Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the appearance of the dozen or so living creatures triggered a series of strange phenomena. The scattered living creatures that had been hiding among the corpses leaped out one after another. One after another, living creatures gave up their disguises and escaped from the horde of corpses, fleeing toward the city wall. A rough count showed that there were no less than 10 of them. In the blink of an eye, they had leaped 20,000 feet and were rapidly approaching the 10,000 feet range. 10,000 feet! They were only a leap away from the city wall. At the same time, the horde of corpses finally reacted, roaring angrily. Boom! At the same time, the terrifying corpse energy descended like dark clouds. The powerful pressure of a divine warrior of heaven and earth crushed down. The corpse king had struck. But even the corpse king could not stop the many living creatures that were about to leap into the city wall. The living creatures that had escaped 10,000 feet shouted, "We are all living creatures. Please do not attack." There was a slight hesitation within the city wall, but they did not attack. Those who had escaped were overjoyed. On the other hand, Jian Hongyang's expression was extremely ugly. She stared at Su Yu angrily and resentfully. If Su Yu had not stopped them, they would have escaped by now. It was all because of Su Yu's excessive caution that they had missed the best opportunity. It was impossible to escape into the city wall now. If they moved, they would immediately be intercepted by the corpse king behind them. Shui Guanyin also regretfully bit her lip. With a single thought, they could have entered the city. Looking at the two groups of living creatures that were about to escape, the two women's hearts were indescribably complicated. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene happened. The first group of living creatures that had escaped turned around without warning. The second group of living creatures that had escaped were caught off guard and collided with them. Ah, ah! A series of screams sounded like thunder. At the moment of collision, the first group of living creatures suddenly attacked the second group of living creatures. In an instant, 5 living creatures were destroyed. Chapter 1748. Hee, a bunch of fools you finally know? Unfortunately, it's too late. Behind them, the tyrannical power of the divine warriors of heaven and earth radiated over. Puff! Puff! The remaining creatures were blasted into minced meat in an instant. Everything happened too quickly and inconceivably. Jian Hongyang and Shui Guanyin were petrified on the spot, motionless. Humph! The Moon Empress's plan to lure the snake out of its hole is really effective. I didn't expect more than a dozen disguised creatures to be hidden in the corpse army, and they almost escaped into the city. The corpse king stood with his hands behind his back, mocking them. This is all the credit of the Painted Bones corpse king. The few traitors responsible for luring the snake out of its hole complimented and flattered. The Painted Bones corpse king chuckled. You guys did well. Go and receive your rewards. Thank you, Painted Bones corpse king. Thank you, Painted Bones corpse king. The group of traders was overjoyed, stepping on the blood of their former compatriots and returning to the group of corpses. Hearing this, Jian Hongyang and Shui Guanyin shuddered, trembling all over. That was close. With a single thought, they had dodged a bullet. The two women looked at Su Yu at the same time, especially Jian Hongyang, whose eyes were full of longing. She had never thought that there was anyone in the world who could foresee, not even the Star Pavilion's chief, Pavilion Master, whom she respected the most. He might be strong, but he had nothing to do with the word, divine strategy. Su Yu was the only one who made her involuntarily think of this name. The corpse race is screening suspicious people. Luring the snake out of its hole should be the first step, and there will be more. Su Yu frowned slightly. I'm afraid we will have to separate. If the three of us are together, the risk of being recognized is far greater than being separated. The two women looked at each other, incomparably awe-inspiring. Jian Hongyang might not be known, but Shui Guanyin had only made her debut at the ancient dream altar, and Su Yu was the last to show off. If the three of them were alone, no one might recognize them. But if the three of them were together, the possibility of being recognized was too great. Once that happened, the three of them would be wiped out. If they were separated, someone might be able to escape by luck. The three of them nodded and retreated to the other corners of the corpse crowd. Soon, just as Su Yu had expected, the Painted Bones Corpse King shouted, "The of the Moon Empress has ordered of strictly screening suspicious people. Now, all of the corpse race subordinates are divided into 3 teams, and the Corpse Kings will personally inspect them." Corpse Kings? Su Yu's heart sank a little. It seemed that the Corpse Kings that had awakened in the ancient stars were not the first 3, but more had awakened. This was the reason why the mighty allied army of living beings was instead besieged. The power of the corpse race was beyond imagination. At the moment, Su Yu could only bide his time and wait patiently to be assigned to the first group. He didn't dare to rashly use the disguise technique or use the great Tao laws to change his appearance. If nothing unexpected happened, there must be a corpse king who was good at sensing them, secretly watching them, waiting for someone to take the initiative to reveal themselves. As expected, after a short while, a dense corpse energy streaked across the top of Su Yu's head and shot toward the center of the group of zombies. Then, a terrified roar came to an abrupt end. It seemed that some creature had given itself away. Su Yu was apprehensive. He carefully followed the first group of corpses and headed toward the leftmost side. There were 3 incomparably imposing figures standing there, each of them exuding a terrifying corpse chi. The Painted Bones King was one of them. Su Yu secretly glanced at the other 2 squads. There were 3 Corpse Kings in charge of the inspection. In addition to the first 3 Corpse Kings, there are 9 more. Su Yu was secretly surprised. The divine warriors of heaven and earth of the Sea of Constellation civilization, excluding the fallen Emperor Killer, there were only 6. It was no wonder that after 2 years, the Sea of Constellations had been turned upside down. Subordinates of the corpse race, in pairs, check each other's caves for heavenly corpse powder. The Painted Bones King ordered. The corpse race army completely obeyed the order, facing each other like puppets, one-on-one. Opposite Su Yu was a corpse with a highly decayed body. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth was constantly murmuring with a foul stench. Su Yu's mind was racing, and he was secretly thinking of a solution. In front of the 3 Corpse Kings, any divine technique that was used would be detected. But if he didn't use it, once the other party checked the cave, the consequences could be imagined. In the face of the siege of the 3 Corpse Kings, Su Yu had no chance of winning. The corpse on the opposite side stretched out a finger. The fingertip was surrounded by thick corpse energy, and it reached toward Su Yu's abdomen. After the thick corpse energy entered the inner mansion, once it encountered the heavenly corpse powder, it would immediately react strongly. Su Yu's heart gradually sank. While thinking of a solution, he pointed at the other party's abdomen. But at this moment, he was really in a predicament, and there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, Su Yu's eyes showed a determined look. He didn't know whether Jian Hongyan and Shui Guanyin could escape, but he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape. If that was the case, then he would divert their attention. Secretly sighing, Su Yu had long predicted that there would be obvious ups and downs in the ancient star line of fate, and now his prediction had come true. With the strength of one person, he could fight against 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth. Even if Su Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he was no match for them. But he had no choice. Fight! However, at this moment, the corpse opposite Su Yu, when Su Yu's finger touched his abdomen, the corpse clan member pushed Su Yu away and spoke in the human language. "Damn it, I will fight it out with you!" But then he touched the top of his head, and a layer of divine light rippled on his body. The festering body was an illusion formed by the convergence of divine light. It shattered on the spot, revealing the form of a fierce creature. He rose into the sky, holding the battle axe in his hand, and attacked the 3 corpse kings. The corners of the painting bones corpse king's mouth curved into a cold smile. Finally, there is someone who gives himself away. He flicked his finger, and the horrible corpse energy instantly engulfed the other party. Without even a scream, the other party was directly corroded into a pitch-black liquid and scattered. The painting bones corpse king looked at Su Yu and chuckled. "Well done, go away." Su Yu's back was covered in cold sweat. It was too thrilling, too bizarre. The corpse that he tested with happened to be a creature. Fortunately, the other party couldn't help it first. Otherwise, that pool of pitch-black liquid would have been Su Yu's fate. "Don't you want to check him?" The Lan Jiang corpse king, next to the painting bones corpse king, glanced at Su Yu. The painting bones corpse king said, "There is no need. There are very few hidden creatures. How could there be such a coincidence that 2 of the corpse race happen to be in disguise?" The Lan Jiang corpse king nodded and didn't care. The last corpse king was too lazy to pay attention to it. Su Yu could be considered to have escaped a calamity. However, at this moment, the 3 corpse kings looked at the back of the group of corpses with awe in their eyes. They all rose into the sky and flew in that direction. The corpse kings of the second and third groups did the same. Su Yu glanced back and found that the 9 corpse kings were all respectful, half kneeling on the ground, and said in unison, "Greetings, Moon Empress." "Lan Yu?" Su Yu had a very bad feeling. "Ping Sheng." Lan Yu's voice came as expected. Under the encirclement of the 9 corpse kings, Lan Yu was like a moon surrounded by stars, riding an exquisite beast carriage slowly. Beside her, there was a stunning woman. It was the ultimate beauty of heaven and earth, and it could be called enchanting. Any creature, regardless of gender, would be deeply attracted to that enchanting jade face and be lost in thought. Especially those pair of aquamarine eyes, which were more like 2 abyssal springs, drawing people into them and making them unable to extricate themselves. Even the 9 corpse kings lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at her eyes. Su Yu couldn't help but take a look. This look made his blood boil, and he was lost for a long time. Not only because of the enchanting beauty that he had never seen before, but also because of the familiarity. In a trance, Su Yu's mind rang with thunder. It was the female corpse in the ice coffin, the 3rd corpse king among the original 3 great corpse kings, the Pearl Corpse King. She walked seductively, like a fox demon who could charm the world. That flawless, slender, and delicate hand was playing with a bracelet. Looking at this item, Su Yu was very familiar with it. It was a necklace worn by the Emperor Killer, made from the heads of all his life's enemies. However, the necklace had been changed to a bracelet. Moreover, there was an extra head, the Emperor Killer's own head. Once upon a time, the Emperor Killer had made a vow to kill the Pearl Corpse King. He never thought that he would fall in her hands. Life was really unpredictable. How was the inspection? Accompanied by the Pearl Corpse King and the 9 Corpse Kings, Lan Yu had a crown on her head and a bright phoenix robe on her body. Her red lips were like blood, and her bright eyes were like pearls. She was extraordinarily noble. The Painted Bones Corpse King smiled respectfully, replying to the Moon Empress, "You have great foresight. As expected, you have discovered many hidden creatures in disguise." The corners of Lan Yu's mouth curved into an elegant smile. "Is that so? The meritorious ones should be the creatures who cooperate with the Corpse Clan. They must be rewarded handsomely. Yes, the Moon Empress is right. After we go down, we will definitely be rewarded," the Painted Bones Corpse King said. Lan Yu shook her head. "To get more creatures to join us, it is naturally more meaningful to reward them before the battle. Send an order. Let the creatures who have meritorious service come over. I will personally reward them." The Painted Bones Corpse King was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He immediately summoned the creatures who had been lured out. It was them who lured out dozens of creatures in disguise. Lan Yu looked them up and down with a satisfied expression. "Very good. You have done well. The Sea of Constellations is a vast area. Each of you can claim a piece of land and call yourselves kings from now on." Call themselves kings? The dozen or so traders were ecstatic. What did calling themselves kings mean? It meant that all the resources in that area would belong to them. Moreover, they would obtain countless obedient corpse slaves. How could they not be happy with such a great reward? "We thank the Moon Empress for her kindness." Lan Yu curled the hair in front of her shoulders and revealed a sigh. How lowly was she in the past? But now she could dominate the Sea of Constellations and decide the fate of others. "Rise," Lan Yu said indifferently. "Are there any other meritorious service subjects?" "Yes." The Painted Bones Corpse King thought for a moment and said, "A transformed corpse race has unearthed an extremely well-hidden creature in disguise." To them, the transformed corpse race was just a puppet. They would usually not reward them. Lan Yu pondered for a moment and said, "We have to reward them as well. We need to let the allied living beings who are struggling at death's door know that the corpse race will definitely kill them. We need to rub off their spirit." Chapter 1749. The Moon Empress smiled and cast a kind look in the direction he was pointing. A handsome man with silver hair, plain clothes, and an ice crystal crown on his head stood out like a crane among chickens. At first glance, the Moon Empress nodded subconsciously. Then she froze. Then she was shocked. Finally, her face turned pale. "It's you." Perhaps she never dreamed that the person she wanted to kill was right in front of her. A cry of surprise caused everyone to be stunned. The 9 Corpse Kings looked at Su Yu in astonishment, sizing him up. Even the Pearl female corpse, who had been nonchalant about it, was surprised. When she looked at Su Yu, her crystal-like eyes were filled with shock and delight. But she hid it very cleverly, covering it up with a sweet smile. "Guards!" After coming back to her senses, Lan Yu hurriedly called out, unable to hide the fear on her face. The 9 Corpse Kings were stunned, but they reacted quickly and immediately shielded Lan Yu behind them. The Painting Bones Corpse King shouted, "Moon Empress, we are guilty. Please punish us." Lan Yu finally felt safe and at ease. Realizing that she had overreacted, she forced herself to remain calm, but her elegance was no longer there. "Su Yu, why are you here?" Lan Yu asked Su Yu, her eyes still flashing violently. Su Yu's heart collapsed. Why did he have to meet someone he should not have met? With a thought, Su Yu had an idea. His eyes were absent-minded and motionless, as if he was a corpse that had been transformed. "I'm asking you a question," Lan Yu repeated, but Su Yu was still motionless. The Painting Bones Corpse King was a little puzzled and said flatteringly, "Moon Empress, a newly transformed corpse, is the lowest rank of walking corpses. They only have instincts and no intelligence, so I'm afraid they can't answer you." "A transformed corpse?" Lan Yu was stunned, and then carefully looked at Su Yu. The thick corpse energy and blank eyes were indeed unique characteristics of the corpse race. He had been transformed into a corpse? Lan Yu was a little incredulous, but Lan Yu gradually calmed down. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same as before, and she was no longer the small figure that needed to rely on a man to climb up the ladder. Su Yu, who she had to look up to in the past, was now just an ant that could be destroyed with a flick of her finger. Her fluctuating eyes gradually calmed down, returning to their usual coldness. With a smirk, Lan Yu reclined on her throne and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect that the #1 heaven ruler of the Sea of Constellations, Su Yu, would become a member of my corpse clan." Her charming eyes turned, and her tone changed. "However, it's better to confirm it. King painted bones." Whoosh! The bone-painting corpse king knelt on one knee. This subject is willing to personally check the heavenly corpse powder in his body. Su Yu's heart thumped. In the end, he still couldn't escape. No. However, Lan Yu shook her head. Ordinary people might be able to distinguish the authenticity of the heavenly corpse powder, but he needs a more special method. Her eyes flickered viciously. "Guards, bring the 2 captives here." A group of corpse race people came over with 2 figures. Su Yu saw them from the corner of his eyes, and his heart shook. Mu Songhai, Yen Changhong. Why was it them? Were they captured during the siege of Guxing? Both of their inner mansions were sealed. If they were ordinary people, they would be bound by pitch-black chains. Their bodies were covered with hideous wounds and bloodstains. They were escorted to Lan Yu. Under the oppression of the corpse race, they knelt on the ground and bowed their heads deeply. Lan Yu narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Su Yu, do you know how they were captured?" Su Yu was expressionless and motionless. It wasn't on the battlefield, nor was it when the Star Pavilion fell, but they were seen through in this crowd of tens of thousands of zombies. Lan Yu stared at Su Yu without blinking, paying close attention to any change in his expression. "Why don't you guess again? What is their purpose in hiding in the crowd of zombies?" Lan Yu mocked. "They didn't escape into the city, but deliberately stayed behind to look for the 7-star Pavilion Masters who died on Guxing 30,000 years ago." Su Yu sighed silently in his heart. The result was as he expected. "Ha ha ha! You will never guess the truth of that year. Mu Songhai did not sacrifice her fellow faction members. It was her fellow faction members who sacrificed themselves to help her." Lan Yu laughed, wantonly, and mocked. Poor Mu Songhai, who has been cursed for so many years, did not say a word and did not defend himself. How stupid! Su Yu secretly shook his head. It was not that she was stupid, but that she felt guilty. What a pity, what a pity! You did not bring back the bodies of your former faction members, but you fell into my hands. How sad, how pitiful! Lan Yu smiled as she looked at Mu Songhai. She tiptoed and touched his face. Mu Songhai was like a walking corpse, motionless, as if he had lost all his strength. With a cruel smile, Lan Yu said, "Su Yu, I order you to pick up the butcher's knife and kill your poor pavilion master." The 9 corpse kings sneered. This was indeed the best way to test whether Su Yu was in disguise. With Su Yu's many years of relationship with Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong, how could Su Yu really bear to do it? Even if he was willing, how could he not have a trace of hesitation? It had to be said that this move was too cruel and vicious. Mu Songhai raised his head and stared at Lan Yu, revealing an angry smile. "Lan Yu, you will not have a good end." Lan Yu smiled contemptuously. "Slap yourself." The bone-painting corpse king immediately slapped her on the mouth, causing Mu Songhai's cheeks to turn red. "Ha ha! Su Yu, why haven't you made your move yet?" Lan Yu stared at Su Yu playfully. She instinctively did not believe that Su Yu would be so easily transformed into a corpse. Unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yu walked forward quickly and came in front of Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong. He pulled out a long sword and cleanly and neatly cut off her head. At the same time, the long sword shook and shattered Mu Songhai's soul. No, Pavilion Master. Yen Changhong was mournful and glared at Su Yu. Su Yu, you have disappointed the Pavilion Master. She had pinned her hopes on you, but you, Su Yu's absent-minded eyes swept over, filled with hostility. He raised the knife in his hand and killed Yen Changhong. From the moment Lan Yu gave the order to behead the two, Su Yu did not hesitate in the slightest. That ruthless, soulless action was more like a corpse than transforming into a corpse. Traces of divine blood splattered and fell in front of Lan Yu's fiery, red phoenix robe. Lan Yu was stunned for a long time, staring at the absent-minded Su Yu. There was no sense of joy in her heart. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of loss. She was silent for a long time. The painting-boned zombie king could not figure out her thoughts and tried to say, "Moon Empress, since you are afraid of this person, you might as well get rid of him. Anyway, our corpse army does not need to worry about a small golden overlord." Lan Yu sighed and shook her head. "No need." After a pause, she said, "Let's call it a day. Bring him to my bedroom." The corpse clan, regardless of gender, was a slave. They had no thoughts and no self. It was not strange that the Moon Empress asked for a man to enter her bedroom. Yes. The Painting Bones zombie king summoned 2 female corpse clansmen, who supported Su Yu and returned to the rear of the corpse army. Su Yu complained incessantly, but he could only take 1 step at a time. "Pavilion Master Mu, Deputy Pavilion Master Yen, please forgive me. I will resurrect you when it is safe," Su Yu said secretly. At the rear of the corpse army, where the ancient corpses originated, was the altar that enshrined the stone coffin of the corpse king. Now above the altar, a series of palaces had been built. The white-haired corpse king, the pearl corpse king, and the others were all here. The Moon Empress bedroom was right in the center. "Put him down. All of you can leave." Lan Yu rubbed her eyebrows tiredly and waved her wide sleeves. The maid left, leaving Su Yu alone in the room. The room was filled with an alluring fragrance, which was the complete opposite of the outside world, which was rich with the smell of corpses. Lan Yu's back was facing Su Yu, and her slender white hands were sipping fragrant tea. But it was not 1 cup, but 2 cups. "Junior brother Su, don't you feel tired if you continue to pretend?" Lan Yu said leisurely. Su Yu's heart trembled, but his face remained expressionless. "Haha, do you really think that it was a coincidence that I stopped the Painting Bones zombie king from using the heavenly corpse powder for testing?" Lan Yu turned around and stared at Su Yu, her eyes full of shrewdness. She approached, and the wonderful fragrance of her body wafted gently. Coupled with her beautiful face, any man in the world would feel their blood boiling. Even if everyone believed that Su Yu had been transformed into a corpse, I wouldn't believe it, Lan Yu said with mixed feelings. With your intelligence and wisdom, you couldn't have fallen into the hands of Tianzu and those idiots. Having said that, how could Su Yu not understand that his disguise had been seen through by Lan Yu? Then why did you dare to leave me alone in a room? Su Yu's eyes regained focus, and he said, coldly. Lan Yu stared into Su Yu's eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. As expected, my intuition wasn't wrong. She was unhurried, not worried that Su Yu would attack her in the slightest. She said, I didn't expect that we would meet again under such circumstances. Su Yu stared at the woman quietly and did not act rashly. She knew that Su Yu was in disguise, but still dared to stay alone with him in a room. She must have something up her sleeve. Fragrant tea from the Starry Pavilion's General Pavilion. This should be the only place in the sea of constellations where you can taste it. Please. Lan, you gently placed the teacup in front of Su Yu. Su Yu was indifferent and said, Isn't it all because of you? The destruction of the Starry Pavilion was single-handedly caused by this woman. Shaking her head, Lan Yu said unhurriedly, I can't bear such a crime. Even without me, the Corpse Emperor would have destroyed the Starry Pavilion. It was only because of me that it happened a little earlier. Su Yu laughed coldly and said indifferently, Our positions have already been set. There's no point in saying anything more. Tell me, the reason you brought me here isn't just to reminisce about the past, is it? Lan Yu looked at him and laughed at herself. What is there to reminisce about? From the beginning to the end, you, the great genius Su, have never even looked at me in the eye. Her words were filled with an unusual coldness. So what? So you said. Lan Yu laughed. This is the reason why I invited you here. In the past, those who looked down on me, insulted me, and hurt me, including those who have never looked at me in the eye, I want them all to submit to me. Her laughter was filled with confidence and arrogance. Su Yu shook his head. Does taking you as my master mean that I'm submitting to you? No. Lan Yu looked at Su Yu. Different people have different ways of submitting to me. For example, the cabinet master of the Maple Leaf Pavilion could only use his life to submit to my cold sword. And you? Humph, humph. I want you to submit to me. Hearing this, Su Yu could not help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Lan Yu was displeased, and she glared at Su Yu. Am I not beautiful? Beautiful? Then why have you never looked at me in the eye? How cheap am I in your heart? Lan Yu voiced out the grievances she had been suppressing for a long time. Su Yu said indifferently, I have always looked at you in the eye. It's just that you are not the same as what I meant by looking at you in the eye. What she meant by looking at him in the eye was the same as other men who coveted and admired her. Humph! Lan Yu tapped her foot lightly, and the floor of the bedchamber gradually became transparent. It turned out that the underground was not filled, but in a state of hollowed out, and it looked like an underground palace. Inside the palace, living beings who were bound by chains could clearly be seen. Their inner mansions were sealed, and they ate, drank, and slept like ordinary people. They lived a life of imprisonment without daylight. The strange thing was that Su Yu had seen all the people who were locked up before. Some of them were the new generation's heaven rulers who had made a name for themselves at the ancient dream altar. They were once geniuses that I had to look up to. In their eyes, I was nothing more than a plaything. But now, they all have to act according to my mood. If I frown, they will run over like dogs to please me, and please me. Su Yu frowned slightly. Imprisoning the world's heroes and making them his playthings? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, compared to you, they are not worth mentioning. Lan Yu smiled sinisterly. I have been waiting for you. You are the one I look forward to the most, the one who will submit to me in the eye. A small fry who controlled the lives and deaths of all people in one night had a very twisted mentality. Su Yu looked at her with pity. Hateful, sad, and pitiful. Su Yu, kneel down and become my exclusive toy. From now on, all the grievances between us will be written off. Lan Yu said. Su Yu said, Do you think you can subdue me? Lan Yu chuckled. Of course. With a flip of her palm, she took out a tooth. It was covered with a terrifying corpse energy. This is the Corpse Emperor's tooth. It contains 10 of his attacks. Are you sure you can withstand it? Lan Yu said mockingly. This was what she was relying on. No wonder she dared to be alone with Su Yu in a room. Su Yu's eyes were filled with fear. Aren't you afraid of the Corpse Emperor's wrath? Ha! The Corpse Emperor doesn't care whether I keep a man or not. Lan Yu looked at Su Yu, her eyes filled with excitement and passion. Her slender, jade-like hand gently touched her waist, and an exquisite red belt slid down smoothly. The tight and luxurious phoenix robe slowly slid down, slowly revealing the exquisite and beautiful jade. It was half hidden and half closed, and its charm was faintly discernible, making it even more tempting. Su Yu, from today onwards, you are mine. Lan Yu's eyes were filled with passion. She raised her long jade-like legs, shook off her boots, and lifted her beautiful and delicate jade-like feet in front of Suyu. She raised her snow-white neck and ordered, "Kneel down and lick my feet." Just like the other captive geniuses, he had to kneel down and lick her like a dog. Suyu shook his head. "Unfortunately, I refuse." Lan Yu, whose face was filled with passion, laughed coldly. "A wolf needs to be tamed to become an obedient dog. Suyu, you are no exception." After saying this, she immediately clenched the corpse emperor's teeth. A terrifying corpse chi swept out and dyed the surroundings pitch black. Suyu's pupils shrank. Endless corpse region? The corpse emperor's ultimate technique. However, the moment this technique was used, a strange fragrance wafted into the room. Chapter 1750. That's enough, it's time to go. When Suyu heard her careless words, he was like a spectator who had lost his patience and interrupted a boring play. Suyu dodged subconsciously, but the pink jade arm seemed to be able to predict it. It reached out to the place where Suyu was about to dodge, grabbing him. Then the world around him spun. In Suyu's eyes, the pitch-black endless corpse domain was flowing backward and collapsing. Lan Yu's furious face was reflected in his eyes. "How dare you? Who dares to make trouble in my palace?" Lan Yu took out a steel needle and stabbed it at the arm grabbing Suyu. Ding! The seemingly soft snow-white arm was extremely hard, and the high-grade steel needle was easily blocked. Lan Yu looked unwilling. She pulled out the phoenix hairpin on her head and tossed it into the air. The coral-shaped hairpin immediately erupted with the power of a divine warrior of heaven and earth, turning into an extreme red as it stabbed at the snow-white arm. In an instant, it produced the explosive power of a divine warrior of heaven and earth. The snow-white arm paused for a moment, and a thick mass of corpse energy rolled out from its pores, instantly blocking the extreme red. After a moment of stalemate, the phoenix hairpin whimpered and bounced back. The snow-white arm grabbed Suyu and disappeared into the bedchamber. "Don't go." When Lan Yu caught up, it was already empty. Her face was full of anger. Holding the phoenix hairpin, she stared at the residual corpse energy on it and said angrily, "Which corpse king of the corpse clan dares to oppose me?" After pondering for a moment, she turned and floated to the deepest part of the palace. There was a golden sarcophagus standing in the endless darkness. Lan Yu's face was full of grievance. She trotted all the way to the golden coffin and cried, "Corpse Emperor! A corpse emperor bullied me!" Creak! The lid of the golden coffin slowly opened, revealing a white-haired youth lying on his back with broken swords all over his body. He had taken off his clothes, and a clear, dragon-shaped scar could be seen on his chest. It ran through his entire chest, almost breaking it open. He was using the unique corpse energy in the golden coffin to wear away the dragon-shaped scar, bit by bit. "My queen, who bullied you?" The white-haired youth was naturally the so-called corpse emperor, the white-haired corpse. He stretched out his hand and lovingly stroked Lan Yu's cheek. His gaze was focused and affectionate, but his gaze was exceptionally distant. Lan Yu flowed into his embrace and whimpered. "I caught a slave, but a corpse king snatched him away in public. Corpse Emperor, you have to uphold justice for me." "Oh, what kind of slave is worth the corpse king fighting you over?" Lan Yu hesitated for a moment before lying. "It's just a little special." She didn't tell the corpse emperor about the slave's identity because she knew that if the corpse emperor knew of his existence, he would definitely kill him immediately. The dragon-shaped sword wound on the corpse emperor's chest, which had been haunting him for 2 years, was caused by Suyu's sword that day. Lan Yu did not want Suyu to die now. She wanted to at least wait until he knelt before her. Oh, did that zombie king leave anything behind? Lan Yu handed over the hairpin. The corpse emperor recognized the source of the remnant corpse aura with just one glance, and laughed involuntarily. Pearl Corpse King? Why would she fight over a slave with you? It's her? Lan Yu clenched her teeth and said hatefully, I've treated her well. Why would she snatch my slave? The Corpse Emperor said gently, if it were any other Corpse King, I could just ask them to return him. But the Pearl Corpse King, I was able to escape, and the ancient corpse sect was able to develop and grow for the past 30,000 years. It's all thanks to her. I'll catch any slave you want for you. Why don't you give this slave to the Pearl Corpse King? Lan Yu was extremely disappointed. She cried, I don't want it. I only want this slave. The Corpse Emperor looked like he was in a dilemma. He sighed and said, All right, I'll personally ask the Pearl Corpse King for it. Hearing this, Lan Yu was shocked and hurriedly said, No. Oh, why? The Corpse Emperor looked at her. Lan Yu was flustered. How could she let the Corpse Emperor know that the slave she brought back was the one that the Corpse Emperor wanted dead? Since the Pearl Corpse King has done so much, if I forcefully take him back, wouldn't I become a sin of the corpse race if I hurt the relationship between you and your subjects and ruin the plan to unify the Sea of Constellations? Lan Yu argued. The Corpse Emperor was pleased. I'm glad that you thinks this way. But since you want that slave so much, it's fine. Even though Lan Yu was unwilling, she had no choice but to swallow her anger in order to hide the truth. The Corpse Emperor caressed her beautiful face and said, Then I'll have to trouble you for now. When my strength has recovered to its peak and I no longer need her, I'll get justice for you. Only then did Lan Yu smile. Currently, the Corpse Emperor's position in the corpse race was rather awkward. He had the title of Corpse Emperor, but not the actual Corpse Emperor. Even though the 9 Corpse Kings served the Corpse Emperor as their master, in reality, all the military power belonged to the Pearl Corpse King. The 9 Corpse Kings were mostly loyal to the Pearl Corpse King as well. This was because the Corpse Emperor's strength had yet to recover, so he was slightly weaker than the 9 Corpse Kings. Although the Corpse Emperor seemed to respect the Pearl Corpse King, he was actually afraid of him and had long since wanted to eliminate him. He was just waiting for the right time. You understands. Corpse Emperor, rest in peace and recover. I'll wait for the day you recover to your peak and regain control of the corpse race, Lan Yu said. He left the golden coffin. Lan Yu was indignant. Humph, Su. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because the Pearl Corpse King is protecting you. On the north side of the palace complex, a luxurious and magnificent palace was located in a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. This scenery was completely different from the ancient star, where the corpse energy was overflowing. When Su Yu's feet touched the ground, he subconsciously rushed forward and flashed out of the palace. However, a mysterious arm reached out at the right time and blocked in front of him. Do you really not want to reminisce with me? The voice was extraordinarily beautiful, like the sounds of nature far away from the mortal world, causing Su Yu's soul to tremble. Turning his head, he saw a peerlessly beautiful face right in front of him. With a hint of a smile on her face, her beautiful face drew closer, so close that they could almost smell each other's breath. I thought you would never come back. It's you. Su Yu tilted his head, avoiding her eyes, and took a deep breath. He did not dare to look at the woman's eyes. Even though she was not deliberately seducing him, Su Yu could feel his soul being gradually drawn into those enchanting eyes. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. We've become unfamiliar. The Pearl Corpse King moved gracefully, jumped lightly, and sat willfully on the stone table. A pair of slender, snow-white legs dangled, one in front of the other behind her. Her stunning eyes were filled with nostalgia and joy, and she looked at Su Yu without blinking. The corners of her mouth also curved into a joyful smile. When were we ever familiar? Su Yu came back to his senses and looked at her coldly. The Pearl Corpse King grinned, her smile soul-stirring. Is that so? When the ancient dream altar collapsed, who pushed me out of the Corpse Emperor's endless realm of corpses? Su Yu's face turned cold. That was because I did not know your identity. If I had known, I would have. At this point, Su Yu realized that the Pearl Corpse King did not need Su Yu's help at all. She and the Corpse Emperor were originally on the same side. But you still saved me, just like how I knew I shouldn't have saved you, but I still saved you. The Pearl Corpse King swayed her white legs and smiled proudly. Su Yu's face was tense. You and I have to leave, so let's stop reminiscing. He pulled out the Azura sword and said, I want to leave. Are you going to stop me or not? The Pearl Corpse King gently stroked her long black hair. Do you think you can leave by yourself? Leave my palace, and there are the 9 great Corpse Kings outside, as well as countless zombies, and of course your little lover, the Moon Empress. Su Yu frowned. This was indeed a big problem. At this moment, he was in the headquarters of the Corpse Clan. How could it be easy to leave? Besides, don't you want to save your 2 companions? The Pearl Corpse King clapped her hands, and 2 shadow-like guards quietly came in and took out 2 ice coffins from the space ring. In the ice coffins, there were 2 women sleeping. Xiao Yin Jian Hongyang? Su Yu's heart trembled, and he glared at her. You turned them into zombies? No, they were just frozen. The Pearl Corpse King smiled faintly. You don't have to be so hostile to me, or rather, you should thank me. Without my secret protection, they would have really been turned into zombies. There was no doubt that their disguise had been seen through. It was the Pearl Corpse King who had pressed down with one hand. Su Yu pondered for a long time, put down the Azura sword, and stared at her. You saved my life, and then you saved them, which goes against the position of the Corpse Clan. What is your purpose? The Pearl Corpse King's beautiful eyes curved like 2 crescent moons. Outside the position, nothing more than personal selfish desires. What do you want? Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Since there were selfish desires, everything could be discussed. I want you. What? Su Yu was stunned. The Pearl Corpse King smiled tenderly. I have long said that I want to marry you. Su Yu's face instantly turned green. Are you serious? The Pearl Corpse King put her index finger in the corner of her mouth, looking up at the sky as she recalled. I originally wanted to turn you into a corpse, but the more I look at you, the more I like you. I have the intention to make you my empress, so I am serious. Empress? So there were concubines and so on. Su Yu's mind flashed with the image of him and several other men, naked, serving the Pearl Corpse King together. He could not help but shudder with disgust. I refuse. Su Yu shook his head. Hee, where do you get the right to refuse? The Pearl Corpse King touched the 2 ice coffins with a smile. Su Yu's face turned green. You can't win my heart by threatening me. It doesn't matter, I just want you. The Pearl Corpse King did not mind at all. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. In the future, when we have a child, you will naturally have feelings for me. Child? Su Yu's whole body trembled violently. He waved his hand. No, absolutely not. At this moment, Su Yu's emotions were in a mess. He had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. Think about it carefully. I will wait for your answer before the full moon tonight, the Pearl Corpse King said with a smile. With a snap of her fingers, she set up an enchantment around the palace and strode away. Su Yu and the 2 ice coffins were left behind. After confirming that she had left, Su Yu shattered the ice coffins. The ice seal was lifted, and the 2 women naturally woke up. Shui Guanyin had a confused look on her face. Ah, don't bite me. Before she was sealed in ice, her identity was exposed and she was bitten by many zombies. Xiaoyin. Su Yu's voice was loud and clear, waking Shui Guanyin up. Shui Guanyin opened her eyes and looked around, extremely confused. When her eyes landed on Su Yu, she exclaimed, Brother Suyu, you're still alive? Jian Hongyang also came to at this moment and exclaimed, I didn't expect us to still be alive. It's really strange. With the style of the zombies, even if they didn't immediately transform us, they should have imprisoned us. Why would they place us in such a luxurious place? Suyu had a strange look on his face as he introduced the place vaguely. Knowing that it was the Pearl Corpse King who saved them, they were all dumbfounded. This is really strange, Jian Hongyang said. 30,000 years ago, the Pearl Corpse King was already infamous. She is not a soft-hearted person. Why would she let us go? Incomprehensible. Jian Hongyang said. Shui Guanyin pondered even more carefully. There's a problem. There must be a problem. After a while, several female zombies entered with brightly colored bridegroom attire. They said mechanically, as the queen ordered, We have brought the wedding attire. Please try it on, son-in-law. Suyu's face stiffened. He didn't need to look to know that the two women were staring at him. Cough, cough, you may leave. After sending off the two maids, he turned back to face the two women's strange gazes. Jian Hongyang said blankly, You want to marry the Pearl Corpse King? Shui Guanyin was even more incredulous. Brother Suyu, the Pearl Corpse King has taken a liking to you? Suyu, who was unable to explain himself, sighed and nodded. No wonder the Pearl Corpse King saved us, so that's why. Jian Hongyang suddenly realized, then joked. Even though the Pearl Corpse King is a corpse, she is extremely beautiful. There are countless beauties in the sea of constellations, and no living creature can compare to her. The fact that she has taken a liking to you is enough to show that you are extremely outstanding. Hearing this, Suyu's mouth twitched. Why did it sound like she was very much in favor of their marriage? Let's get serious. We need to find a way to leave, Suyu said. Jian Hongyang said, helplessly, we were tens of thousands of feet away from the city walls, and we were already helpless. Now that we are deep in the Corpse Clan's camp, it is easier said than done to escape. Shui Guanyin also had a bitter expression, muttering, Why don't Brother Suyu sacrifice a little and marry the Pearl Corpse King? What are you talking about? Suyu glared at her. But it is not impossible for us to return to the city walls. Brother Suyu, tell us quickly, Shui Guanyin said. Suyu's eyes flickered. Very simple, marry the Pearl Corpse King. Suyu's mouth twitched. Don't think too much, it is naturally a plan. Arriving in front of the enchantment, Suyu said, If there is anyone outside, tell the Pearl Corpse King that I agree. I will wait for her before the full moon tonight. Behind him, Suyu felt his hair stand on end. The night of the ancient star came very quickly, and an incomparably large, round moon hung high in the sky. The enchantment shook, and the Pearl Corpse King, dressed in splendid attire, penetrated through the moonlight. Suyu was the only one left, dressed in formal attire, tall and straight, incomparably handsome. The Pearl Corpse King smiled sweetly. Very suitable. What about those two? They have been taken into the cavern world. Originally, I wanted to ask them to be witnesses. Suyu turned around and stared at the Pearl Corpse King. He had to admit that the Pearl Corpse King was very beautiful at this time, so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. Among all the women he had seen in his life, only Xia Jingyu could compare with her. Why do we need witnesses between the two of us? Suyu smiled slightly. The Pearl Corpse King smiled sweetly. That's true, it is also my first time, and it is really an eyesore to have an outsider by my side. However, Suyu said indifferently, You have misunderstood. I waited for you before the moon for another matter. For what? The Pearl Corpse King smiled faintly. Chapter 1751. The Pearl Corpse King laughed hysterically. Why am I not surprised at all? Just like you, you'd rather die than submit. But the Pearl Corpse King said with a smile, "What do you rely on to subdue me as your hostage?" She crossed her arms in front of her chest, supporting her pair of mature, snow-white breasts. Her enchanting figure leaned lightly against the door, like a spectator ready to watch a good show. "Well, I'm ready. How are you going to subdue me, sweetheart?" "I'm looking forward to it." She smiled faintly. Su Yu's face darkened. "Don't be so arrogant. Watch my sword." He pulled out the royal dragon sword, and a piercingly cold dragon aura swept over. The Pearl Corpse King's smile did not diminish. "This is the dragon sword that Sweetheart used to slay the Corpse Emperor, isn't it? Extraordinary indeed. Since ancient times, a treasure knife and a beauty are paired with a hero. You have the sword, all that's left is me, the beauty." As her voice drifted away, Su Yu's mind was in a trance. When he woke up, the peerless beauty was so close that he could hear her breath. Su Yu was shocked. He wanted to brandish the royal dragon sword, but his wrist was grasped by the other party. No matter how he struggled, he could do nothing. "It seems that on our wedding night, I can only use force," the Pearl Corpse King said. Su Yu struggled with all his might. "Don't do this. I already have a wife." "I don't mind." The Pearl Corpse King turned around, hugged Su Yu, and spun him around, throwing him onto the stone bed. Her warm and soft body pressed against Su Yu, fiercely stimulating his nerves. If not for Su Yu's strong will, he would have already fallen. The two could hear each other's breathing. Their eyes met at close range, sparks flying. The Pearl Corpse King's rosy red lips were so close that she could kiss Su Yu's cheek with just a little nod. But at this moment, there was an unconcealable shyness on the Pearl Corpse King's face. Her crafty eyes were rippling with hesitation and timidity. She gazed into Su Yu's eyes and exhaled. "Sweetheart, in your eyes. I must be a very unrestrained woman, right?" Su Yu did not speak. From her usual words and actions, which part of her was not flirtatious, like a prostitute who had experienced the vicissitudes of life? "If I told you that today is the first time, would you believe it?" Su Yu was speechless. How could he believe it? Looking at Su Yu's expression, the Pearl Corpse King sighed softly. "When I died in my previous life, I swore that if there was a next life, I would never fall in love with any man. But you, my sweetheart, have finally moved me." "Do you know what moved me?" the Pearl Corpse King asked. Su Yu thought for a moment, then asked, "Did I risk my life to save you?" That was probably the most profound interaction between them. "No." The Pearl Corpse King shook his head. "Saving me is only kindness, not enough to make me fall in love." "What is that?" Su Yu could not help but be curious. The Pearl Corpse King's eyes were full of love. "It's you who has returned." "I've already sent you away, yet you've returned for me." The Pearl Corpse King leaned her head on Su Yu's shoulder and said softly, "I never thought that there would be a man who would risk his life for me and give me a taste of excitement in my peaceful life. At that time, I was certain that perhaps you really were my lover." His casual action had touched the strings in her heart. Raising her head, her eyes were full of love. "I don't care if you have a family, and I don't care if you love me too. I only hope that you can stay by my side, just like that time when you came back to save me, and let me know that I can actually not be lonely, okay?" No matter how strong a cultivator, no matter how many reincarnations they had gone through, they could not resist the taste of loneliness. At this moment, Su Yu seemed to feel a slight chill. It was her heart, a heart that should have died, but continued to beat in loneliness. Su Yu was silent. Even the coldest enemy would have a hidden pain. The Pearl Corpse King was no exception. Unable to get the answer she wanted, the Pearl Corpse King's face flashed with disappointment. She said softly, "You don't believe me, do you? Then I'll prove to you that this is not my first time." As she spoke, she gently kissed Su Yu's lips with her soft and rosy lips. In an instant, It was as if an electric current had surged through his body, causing Suyu to tremble all over. At this moment, he believed the Pearl Corpse King's words. That kiss was too jerky and too longing for the warmth that belonged to living beings. Even though she was from the Corpse Clan, she was once a living being. Slowly closing his eyes, Suyu sighed silently. Immediately opening his eyes, he gazed at the beautiful, shy, jade-like face with her eyes closed, and an apologetic look crossed his face. Then, Suyu's abdomen contracted, and he exhaled. His abdomen flashed with a golden light, followed the force to his chest, and slid along his throat into his mouth. Finally, through Suyu's lips, he spat it into the Pearl Corpse King's mouth. The Pearl Corpse King, who had been passionately kissing him, suddenly withdrew her lips, a pained look on her face. But a strong golden light was emitted from her in the air. The golden light was full of Buddhist power, the nemesis of evil beings. The Pearl Corpse King's whole body trembled violently, and her mouth made a hissing sound, emitting a strong corpse energy. With a pained look on her face, she opened her mouth and was about to spit out the golden object in her mouth. But the golden object immediately slid down her throat into her abdomen. What did you do? The Pearl Corpse King's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, enduring the deep pain. Suyu stood up and said apologetically, "Buddhist relic." "It's impossible for an ordinary Buddhist relic to restrain me like this. What is this thing?" The Pearl Corpse King's limbs were weak, and gradually became limp. Under the illumination of the Buddhist relic's Buddhist light, the corpse energy solidified and was gradually purified. For ordinary people, the Buddhist relic was nothing, but for them, it was the world's greatest poison. You don't need to know, you just need to know. Don't resist anymore. Suyu pressed her shoulder. With a thought, the Buddhist relic that had entered her body retracted its Buddhist light. Only then did the Pearl Corpse King's pain dissipate. She would never know that this Buddhist relic was the Path Master's Buddhist relic hidden deep in the ancient dream altar, and it was also the thing she had been spreading rumors about. She would never have imagined that the Path Master's Buddhist relic really existed. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, the Pearl Corpse King's face was pale, and she looked at Suyu deeply. "Why did you do this to me?" Suyu did not speak, and released the blood guanyin and Jian Hongyang from the space of the Buddha beads on his wrist. "Brother Suyu, did you really subdue this woman?" Jian Hongyang's eyes were full of disbelief. "I can't believe you actually subdued a corpse king." Suyu said indifferently, Pearl Corpse King, if you don't want to die right away, send us into the city." With a thought, Suyu could explode the Path Master's Buddhist relic and blast the Pearl Corpse King to death in an instant. "Why?" The Pearl Corpse King lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly. But her voice was no longer like the sound of nature, and there was only loneliness and sorrow. Jian Hongyang's face turned cold, and she pushed her forward. "Stop talking nonsense. The Corpse Clan and the living creatures cannot coexist. Lead the way now, or I will kill you with my sword." The Pearl Corpse King staggered and almost fell to the ground, her peerless face smiling bitterly. "The Corpse Clan and the living creatures cannot coexist. Haha, I am so stupid. I actually forgot what my identity is." The Pearl Corpse King laughed at herself, and the look in her eyes disappeared, replaced by coldness. Standing up, the Pearl Corpse King said without turning her head, "Fine, I will send you into the city. From now on, we do not owe each other anything." This sentence was said to Suyu alone. With a wave of her sleeve, the enchantment dissipated, and the door of the palace opened wide. The maids who were waiting respectfully outside immediately came forward. "Greetings, Queen. Please give us your orders." They looked at the Pearl Corpse King's expression in surprise, and then looked at Suyu and the other two who followed behind her. "It's none of your business. I will take Empress Su out to have a look." In this way, wherever the Pearl Corpse King passed, all the Corpse Clan knelt in salute, and no one dared to do anything to Suyu. Even if they encountered a few Corpse Kings along the way, they were still respectful. Although they also wondered why Suyu, who was taken away by Lanyu, appeared next to the Pearl Corpse King. But since the Pearl Corpse King was with her, they did not question her. Passing through countless Corpse Clan, they came straight to the front of the city. "Stop!" A strong rebuke sounded. The Painting Bones Corpse King looked suspicious and led the many Corpse Clan members to chase after them. Behind them, Lanyu followed from a distance, her eyes showing traces of hatred. How could such a big movement escape the notice of Lanyu, who was in the military camp? She led her trusted subordinate, the Painting Bones Corpse King, to chase after them. One more step forward, and you'll be in the attack range of the allied forces of the living beings. What are you doing? The Painting Bones Corpse King said. Although you are a Corpse King, shouldn't you give a reasonable explanation? The Pearl Corpse King's lips moved, but in the end he closed his mouth indifferently and walked forward without saying a word. Don't go. The Painting Bones Corpse King sensed that something was wrong and prepared to intercept them. Jian Hongyang made a decisive move, pulling out a sword and holding it against the Pearl Corpse King's head. Whoever takes another step forward, kill her immediately. Only then did the Corpse Clan understand that the Pearl Corpse King had been captured by them. How dare you? How dare you be so rude to the Pearl Corpse King? The other Corpse Kings who had rushed over upon hearing the news turned pale with fright. If a single hair of hers is harmed, 100 deaths will not be enough to atone for your sins. Their stern rebukes attracted more Corpse Kings. Lanyu was also shocked. How could such a powerful Corpse King like the Pearl Corpse King be captured by them? How did they do it? Apart from the shock, a sense of pleasure from revenge surged into her heart. Haha, serves you right for fighting with me. But on second thought, Lanyu had a plan. A vicious look flashed across her face, and Lanyu shouted, Painting Bones Corpse King, the Pearl Corpse King is in trouble. Immediately lead the Corpse Clan to rescue them. You must grind the bones of those 3 creatures into ashes to restore the prestige of the Corpse Clan. Once they made their move, Suyu would be forced to kill the Pearl Corpse King. And once the Pearl Corpse King died, Suyu and the others would also be slaughtered by the horde of corpses. Not only would they help the Corpse Emperor eliminate the Pearl Corpse King, but they would also eliminate the hatred in her heart. Suyu. It was the best of both worlds. No. What if they hurt the Pearl Corpse King? The other Corpse Kings came to their senses and rushed over to stop the Painting Bones Corpse King from attacking. Lan Yu's face turned cold, and she said with displeasure, Are you disobeying my orders? The Corpse King snorted, looking exceptionally disdainful. They had no intention of stopping the Painting Bones Corpse King at all. Lan Yu was extremely furious, and she stared at them coldly. Seeing the internal strife of the Corpse Clan, Shui Guanyin said, Let's go quickly. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Looking at the somewhat delicate situation, he held the Pearl Corpse King hostage and flew toward the city walls. Although the Corpse Kings were furious, they did not dare to move forward. Living creatures, did you hear that? If you dare hurt the Pearl Corpse King, you will suffer a fate worse than death. The roars of the Corpse Kings echoed behind them, but Suyu and the others had already stepped into the city walls. With a leap, they swept toward the city walls. As they neared the city walls, the whooshing sound of arrows continued to attack. Shui Guanyin and Jian Hongyang swept their swords horizontally, cutting off the rain of arrows as they anxiously shouted, Stop, we're all on the same side. But the rain of arrows did not decrease. Humph, you Corpse Clan have used this kind of trick many times. Don't think of deceiving us again. Jian Hongyang was so angry that she vomited blood. It was not easy to escape here, only to be questioned. I am Jian Hongyang, one of the 9 great imperial guards of the Chief Pavilion Master, reporting to the Chief Pavilion Master. Who cares about your identity? How many imperial guards have betrayed you? Jian Hongyang was going crazy. She had thought that by holding the Pearl Corpse King hostage, she would be able to return to the living creatures. Who knew there would be so many twists and turns? Suddenly, Jian Hongyang's gaze shifted. Su Yu is here too. Hearing this, the rain of arrows slowed down. A surprised voice came from the city walls. Which Su Yu? Who else? Of course, it's the #1 heaven ruler of the Sea of Constellations, Su Yu. Jian Hongyang said, Show me your identity nameplate. A peak overlord with the scent of plants peeked out from within the city walls, examining Su Yu's identity. Jian Hongyang felt a sense of shame. Her status could not even compare to Su Yu's. It was really a case of comparing goods to goods and people to death. Without batting an eyelid, Su Yu threw over his identity nameplate from the Starry Pavilion. The other party examined it and immediately laughed. Retreat, retreat, Lord Su has returned. Lord? Su Yu? Su Yu was a little confused. Since when did he have such a high status in the Sea of Constellations? The rain of arrows stopped, and Su Yu and the others descended upon the city walls. At the same time, several powerful auras of divine warriors of heaven and earth swept over from all directions. The strongest was the Purple Dream Divine Warrior, followed by the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior, and finally the 3 Pavilion Masters of the Starry Pavilion. Huangfu Liang, the Chief Pavilion Master, did not show up. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior was overjoyed. I didn't expect you to return from the headquarters of the Corpse Clan alive. Everything that happened in front of the formation that day could be seen clearly from within the city walls, especially with the mark left by the Purple Dream Divine Warrior between Su Yu's eyebrows. They could sense Su Yu even more clearly. The attention of the rest of the people was drawn to the Pearl Corpse King. The female Pavilion Master was a little bewildered. Why does this person look like the Pearl Corpse King? The other 2 Pavilion Masters also looked over and asked curiously, Su Yu, how is the captive you brought back related to the Pearl Corpse King? Shui Guanyin laughed. Hee, won't you know by looking at the reaction of the Corpse Clan? Everyone looked outside and their expressions changed. The 9 great Corpse Kings and the Moon Empress were all in front of the formation, looking extremely vigilant. Could she be the confidant of the Pearl Corpse King? But why don't I see the Pearl Corpse King himself? The female Pavilion Master was puzzled. Shui Guanyin giggled. Isn't the Pearl Corpse King himself in front of you? Swish, swish, swish. Almost instantly, the divine warriors of heaven and earth who were present dodged and stared at the incomparably beautiful woman in horror. Chapter 1752. Alert! Alert! The leader of the guards on the city wall shouted. Swoosh! The guards on the city wall gathered quickly, as if a large army was approaching. The several divine warriors of heaven and earth were also shocked, but they did not panic. What are you panicking for? The female cabinet master scolded softly. With the presence of several divine warriors, what could a Pearl Corpse King do? Moreover, the Pearl Corpse King looked strange. There seemed to be something wrong. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior asked, Why is she with you? Her eyes were filled with a penetrating light. Shui Guanyin smiled and said, It was Brother Su Yu who subdued her, so that we could come back safely. What? Even the several divine warriors of heaven and earth were surprised. If it were them, they would not be able to subdue someone of the same level, not to mention that they were among the thousands of corpses. What followed was an unprecedented joy. Ha ha ha! Su Yu, you have brought us a surprise as soon as you came back. With the Pearl Corpse King in our hands, would the thousands of corpses dare to do anything to us? The female cabinet master was very pleased. She flicked her sleeves and took out a black chain with thorns from a space storage device. It was stained with the black blood of the corpses that had not yet dried up. A trace of hostility remained on it. "What is this?" Jian Hongyang asked, having never seen this thing before. The female cabinet master smiled coldly. "It is a divine treasure that is specially used to restrain the corpses. Every thorn on the chain can make the corpses wish they were dead. Hundreds of them pierced at the same time. Humph, humph. Even the Corpse King would suffer a fate worse than death." Jian Hongyang frowned slightly. Isn't it a little cruel? She had been guarding the chief pavilion master all year round and rarely killed people herself, so it was inevitable that she would feel compassion. "Jian Hongyang, mind your identity." The female cabinet master's face tightened and she scolded. "She is a corpse. Any method used against the corpses is fair and above board." The cabinet master next to her also cast a dissatisfied look. "If we are kind to the corpses, will they show us mercy? Haven't you seen your compatriots who died tragically at the hands of the corpses?" How could I not have seen it? In the chief pavilion, weren't the 4 imperial guards who had been transformed into corpses miserable? And the tragic scene of the Hongya branch pavilion master being dismembered by Lan Yu was still ringing in their ears. "Humph! Perhaps you still don't know how the Emperor Killer died?" The 3rd pavilion venerable snorted coldly and stared at the Pearl Corpse King with a murderous look. "It's this woman who personally killed the Emperor Killer. He caused us to lose an emperor of heaven and earth. Apart from that, she also allowed the traitor Lan Yu to slaughter the entire bloodline of the Emperor Killer. Other than the limitless sword saint who was rescued by us in time, the rest are all dead." It was Lan Yu again. She had already sworn that she would make the heartless Saber Emperor, who had abandoned her, regret it for the rest of his life. After coming to power, she really did not forget this debt. Perhaps it was the Pearl Corpse King who killed the Emperor, but it was definitely Lan Yu who slaughtered his entire clan. Unfortunately, all the blame fell on the Pearl Corpse King alone. If you still sympathize with such a person, then you are making an enemy of our life alliance. Jian Hongyang silently sighed and kept her mouth shut. She chose to back down. Shui Guanyin also felt great pressure. If she said another word, she would be making an enemy of the entire Life Alliance army and cutting off her own retreat. Although she could not bear to do so, she did not have the courage to fight against the entire alliance. The female pavilion venerable shouted, "Come, put this chain on her." A sneer of revenge bloomed on the corner of her lips. Walala! The chain came and went straight for the Pearl Corpse King's body. She slowly closed her eyes, which were empty and without emotion, as if a completely dead creature had annihilated the last trace of emotion in her heart. She knew what would happen to her after being captured. Tick-tock! The imagined pain did not appear. Instead, a drop of warmth rolled down her cheek and slid to the side of her lips. It carried a fishy sweetness, boiling heat, and a familiar scent. She opened her eyes and saw a simple hand holding the chain. The sharp spikes pierced coldly into the palm, and traces of divine blood dripped down along the spikes. The Pearl Corpse King's mind roared, and her dazed eyes regained focus. "Suyu, how did you—" The female pavilion venerable was puzzled and at a loss. She could understand anyone who tried to stop her, except Suyu. He was the #1 heaven ruler in the sea of constellations, respected by all creatures. The Purple Dream divine warrior protected him. The chief pavilion master valued him, and several pavilion venerables liked him. It could be said that he was the most dazzling star of the civilization of the sea of constellations, the successor of the next generation. How could such a character stop her? Suyu pushed the chain away and stood behind the Pearl Corpse King. He cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, can you spare her life, just as she saved me, Shui Guanyin and Jian Hongyang?" Without her, the 3 of them would definitely have died tragically in the army of the Corpse Clan. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Someone was pleading for the Corpse King, and the pleader was Su Yu, whom everyone had been expecting. No one could understand, and no one could accept it. The female pavilion venerable hid her astonished look, and her expression gradually turned cold. Su Yu, do you understand what you are doing now? I understand. Su Yu's expression was calm. However, the original intention of subduing her was to escort us back safely. I never thought of hurting her. There was a flicker of emotion in the eyes of the Pearl Corpse King. However, it was only a flicker. Since the moment Su Yu betrayed her, her heart had been completely dead. Even if Su Yu knelt in front of her and apologized, she would never forgive or fall in love with another man again. Shut up. Don't plead for the Corpse Clan. Step back, don't let us down. The female pavilion venerable's face gradually became stern. Su Yu did not move away. He said, "Then I can only let you down." Su Yu, I'm warning you, don't be arrogant. The female pavilion venerable snapped. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a good reputation in the past. If you make a mistake in the face of great right and wrong, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Su Yu's body was like a boulder, standing tall in the same place. He said, "Pavilion Venerable, please tell me, how can I be consigned to eternal damnation?" His resolute attitude was infuriating and annoying. The allied forces of the living beings could not understand why Su Yu would fight to the end for a Corpse Clan king. Many people began to waver. Su Yu, who had been missing for 2 years, and Su Yu, who had returned from the Corpse Clan, was on whose side? Was he still the Su Yu that everyone was looking forward to? The female pavilion venerable laughed angrily. Then I will tell you clearly, if you continue to be stubborn, I will regard you as the common enemy of the Sea of Constellations. Any allied forces who see you will have the right to kill you. That was to become the enemy of the entire civilization of the Sea of Constellations. No creature in the Sea of Constellations would be able to bear such a heavy punishment. Even the divine warriors of heaven and earth would not be able to bear it. What do you think? It's not too late to turn back now. I will give you 3 breaths to think about it. The female pavilion venerable raised 3 fingers. Su Yu looked calm and shook his head. There is no need for 3 breaths. I have made up my mind. The female pavilion venerable showed a hint of a smile, mixed with contempt. So what if he was a genius? In the face of the collective will of the Sea of Constellations, he could not withstand a single blow. However, something unexpected happened. Su Yu grabbed the waist of the Pearl Corpse King, tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and flew backward out of the wall of the allied forces of the living beings. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. He had chosen to betray the allied forces of the living beings with the Pearl Corpse King. Shue, Guanyin hurriedly said, "Brother Su Yu, don't!" She understood very well what Su Yu's departure meant. It meant that he could never return. A wisp of sorrow welled up in her heart. Su Yu smiled slightly. "Don't be sad. Things did not go beyond my expectations. My purpose of bringing you here safely has been achieved." Before subduing the Pearl Corpse King, Su Yu had anticipated this moment. The alliance of living beings would not let the Pearl Corpse King go, but he could not sit back and watch the Pearl Corpse King be tortured. This scene was already within his expectations. "See you later," Su Yu said. When he finished speaking, he took to the air and flew away. The female pavilion venerable was furious and let out a deafening roar. "Su Yu, are you going to abandon the world for a Corpse King?" Su Yu stopped in his tracks and said without looking back, "So what if it's for the world? I can abandon the world." The soft murmur was like the magnificent sound of a bell, striking everyone's heart. "So what if it's for the world? I can abandon the world." A complicated feeling surged in everyone's heart. His lofty sentiments were all for a dead woman. The female pavilion venerable was extremely disappointed. She shouted coldly, "Then die!" She waved her long sleeves, and the endless power of the divine warriors of heaven and earth swept out, shrouding her and the Pearl Corpse King. Seeing this, the Corpse Kings below struck. Protect the Pearl Corpse King. The divine warriors of heaven and earth on both sides immediately fought. In the chaos of the rules of heaven and earth, Su Yu's clothes billowed and his silver hair danced wildly. With his back to the world, he gradually walked away. In the end, he disappeared in the brilliant divine light, like a glimpse of a swan, and disappeared from the vast world, leaving behind the discord of the Corpse Clan and the living beings. Stepping on a green cloud, Su Yu drifted to a familiar sea area. Putting down the Pearl Corpse King, Su Yu turned his back to her and said, "You can go, but don't go back to the Corpse Clan." It was quiet behind him, and only a pair of glittering crystal eyes were staring at him without blinking. "Or do you want to die at my hands?" Su Yu turned around and asked coldly. The Pearl Corpse King smiled sweetly, like a spring flower, bright and beautiful. It washed away the coquettishness, leaving only innocence. Su Yu had never seen such a smile on her face. Even yesterday's confession of love, she had never revealed such a smile that could captivate all living beings. Su Yu was lost in thought. Putting aside her identity as a corpse, she was also a woman of unmatched beauty. So what if it's for the world? I can abandon the world. The Pearl Corpse King murmured softly, tears hanging on her cheeks, unknown whether they were happy or sad. It turns out that love and hate are intertwined, and it hurts even more. She stared at Su Yu, tears falling like a kite with a broken string. Why don't you continue to hurt me? Why don't you let me continue to hate you? My heart is already dead, and I will never fall in love with a man again. Why do you have to play the hero and deliberately say these words to move me? Wiping away her tears, the Pearl Corpse King said bitterly, "Men are really hateful creatures." Chapter 1753. Su Yu's body surged with divine light as he slowly pushed her away and said coldly, "You and I have to leave." The Pearl Corpse King put her hands behind her back and smiled. "Can I give up the corpse race?" Su Yu was stunned. Judging from the reaction of the corpse race when he held the Pearl Corpse King hostage, the Pearl Corpse King was the real ruler of the corpse race. The so-called Corpse Emperor and Moon Empress were reduced to mere decorations, and only the bone-painting Corpse King was loyal. What Su Yu gave up was just the attention of a few divine warriors of the world. But what she gave up was really the world. Seeing Su Yu's stunned expression, the Pearl Corpse King burst into laughter. "You betrayed the world for me. I will give up the world for you." At this moment, the Pearl Corpse King was like a naive and romantic girl, shy and stubborn. Su Yu was moved. How could he not be moved when a woman was willing to go this far for him? He wanted to refuse, but could not open his mouth. "It doesn't matter. I know that your heart is with another woman, but I don't mind." The Pearl Corpse King smiled brightly. "As long as you let me stay by your side, I will be satisfied." Su Yu was stunned, speechless. Giving up the world just to follow a man who did not love her. Was it really worth it? Looking at the pleading and humble Pearl Corpse King, Su Yu's heart softened. After a long while, he sighed. "Well, you can stay by my side, but not like last night." The Pearl Corpse King blushed. "I only belong to my husband." "Wait, what do you call me?" "My husband?" The Pearl Corpse King blinked playfully. "Although we did not do it last night, we even had our wedding night, so I naturally have to call you husband." Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, "That was just a temporary measure. It doesn't count." "Why doesn't it count? I have everything I need. Anyway, don't call me husband." Su Yu said seriously. The Pearl Corpse King nodded obediently. "Yes, husband." "Huh." Su Yu stared at her. The Pearl Corpse King stuck out her tongue. "I dare not, husband." Su Yu rolled his eyes in anger. He knew that the woman was deliberately teasing him, so he simply ignored her and thought about the current situation. Leaving the union of living beings did not mean that he could truly relax. Fortunately, the Pearl Corpse King had been abducted by him. He believed that there would be internal strife within the corpse race for a period of time, giving the alliance of living beings a chance to breathe. However, it was only a breather. When the corpse emperor purged the disobedient corpse kings and unified the corpse race, the life alliance's doomsday would not be far away. Pearl Corpse King, I have a question that I really can't understand. Call me Pearl, otherwise I won't answer. The corners of the Pearl Corpse King's mouth curled up a faint smile. The green veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. Zhuji. Su Yu had resigned himself to his fate. He asked, I want to know, why does the Corpse Clan insist on occupying the Sea of Constellation civilization? Zhu Ji spread her arms and said with a smile, Hug me, and I'll tell you. Don't go overboard. Su Yu's face tightened. Zhu Jixue raised her neck. This is a secret only known to Corpse Kings. It's fine if you don't want to know. Maybe other Corpse Kings will tell you. Su Yu gritted his teeth. This woman had completely figured out his nature. She knew that he would never use the Path Master Buddha's Sarira to hurt her, so she was unscrupulous. However, in order to obtain the secret he wanted, he had to bite the bullet and agree. He stretched out his arms and let her hug him. The amazing softness immediately spread through his chest. A faint fragrance kept wriggling into his nose, making Su Yu restless. Zhu Ji's eyes flashed with a cunning smile. She lay in his arms tightly, enjoying the blissful embrace. Slowly, she said, what we want to occupy is not the Sea of Constellation civilization, but the Tinder. Huh. Su Yu was stunned. Tinder? What Tinder? We, the Corpse Clan, call it the Tinder. The living creatures call it the nucleus crystal of civilization. Of course, you living creatures may have other names, such as National Fate, Heavenly Fate, and so on. Su Yu was shocked. He had a huge portion of National Fate in his space storage device. What do you want the Tinder for? Su Yu asked. Zhu Ji's face stiffened. After a long silence, she said, Do you know why the Corpse Clan exists? The Corpse Clan was the resurrection of the dead. No one could understand why they could be resurrected from the dead. The gap between life and death was the gap of the rules. No one could cross it, but the Corpse Clan was different. Why? Su Yu asked. Zhu Ji said for revenge. For whom? Su Yu was puzzled. Could it be that all the Corpse Clan resurrected for revenge? I don't know. When we wake up, there is an obsession in our hearts. We want revenge. She said something that even she was confused about. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Are all the Corpse Clan members like this? Zhu Ji nodded. We 9 Corpse Kings have communicated, and our experiences are exactly the same. It was such a secret that the allied forces of the living creatures had never known about it. So, what does seizing the Tinder mean to you? Su Yu asked. Zhu Ji said, the obsession of revenge is like a strong poison. If it is not quelled, it will cause us pain, and if it is serious, it will kill us. Only by absorbing the Tinder can we weaken our obsession for a while and relieve our pain. At the same time, by absorbing the Tinder, our strength will be stronger. This was the reason why the Corpse Clan did not hesitate to seize the Tinder. In that case, you can just seize the Tinder. Why must you slaughter all the living creatures in the Sea of Constellations? Su Yu frowned. Zhu Ji Corpse King shook his head. I didn't kill them. I just transformed them into the Corpse Clan. Su Yu said, What's the difference between that and killing them? Haha, do you think I would lie to you? Zhu Ji chuckled. Transformation is not unique to the Corpse Clan. As far as I know, most of the top 3 clans have the ability to transform foreign races into their own kind. Is the transformation of the Corpse Clan a massacre, and the top 3 clans a transformation? In the past, the Demon Clan had the ability to transform. They could transform foreign creatures into demons by infusing their bodies with powerful demonic energy. How do you explain the loss of life force? Su Yu frowned. The prerequisite for transforming the Corpse Clan was to destroy their life force. Only then could they be transformed into the Corpse Clan. That's just the death energy suppressing the life force. If the death energy in the body can be resolved, the life force will automatically recover and be restored to living creatures, Zhuji said. Pearl said, "Back then, didn't your Life Alliance's chief pavilion master perform a great purification art and purify many corpse race clansmen back into living creatures?" Hearing this, Suyu felt relieved. Then, why must you transform all the living creatures in the sea of constellations into the Corpse Clan? Suyu asked again. Zhu Ji said helplessly, "It's not that we insist on it, but the so-called tinder is scattered in the bodies of the living creatures born in any civilization. The stronger they are, the more tinder they carry. Only by transforming them into the Corpse Clan can we extract the remaining tinder in their bodies. Generally speaking, only the tinder in the bodies of living creatures above the Overlord level is worth extracting. In the Living Beings Alliance, most of the surviving living creatures are extremely powerful. The tinder in their bodies is more than half of the entire civilization of the Sea of Constellations, so we have to transform them." Suyu stared deeply. "What do they lose by losing their tinder?" "Almost nothing," Zhu Ji said affirmatively. "The tinder is a kind of civilization essence attached to the living creatures when a civilization is born. Even if it is not taken away, the civilization essence will gradually return to the whole civilization. The existence of the civilization essence or not has no effect on the living creatures. The only thing that will be affected is the whole civilization. They will temporarily fall into a state of stagnation and will not continue to develop and grow." These were definitely secrets that no living creature knew, including the chief pavilion master, Huangfu Liang. "If that's the case, why don't you confess to the living creatures? They should be able to make a very sensible choice," Suyu said in surprise. "Losing the tinder didn't cause any harm, and they could avoid fighting with the Corpse Clan. Why not?" Zhu Ji burst out laughing. "You're such a smart person. How could you make such a common-sense mistake? Let me ask you, if other Corpse Clan members told you that they would kill you first, then turn you into a puppet at their beck and call, and then be safe and sound afterward, would you believe it?" Suyu was stunned. If it were him, how could he be at the mercy of the Corpse Clan? Who knew if he could return to being a living creature after being transformed? After all, he would become someone else's puppet. Regardless of whether he explained it or not, he believed that the living creatures with normal thinking would never agree to it. They would definitely resist to the end. If that was the case, the Corpse Clan and the living creatures had fallen into an endless cycle, and they would never stop until the other side was completely destroyed. However, all of this has nothing to do with me. Zhu Ji sighed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. But Suyu couldn't let it go. Seeing that Suyu was thinking, Zhu Ji didn't say anything. She took the opportunity to enjoy her bosom for a moment longer. After a while, Suyu opened his eyes abruptly, and his gaze was sharp. "Come, let's go back." "Go back where?" Zhu Ji was startled. "The Corpse Clan." "Ah." Zhu Ji couldn't believe it. If Suyu returned to the alliance of living creatures, she could understand. But if he returned to the Corpse Clan, she wouldn't understand at all. Yes, the Corpse Clan. Suyu's eyes shone with a profound light. The Corpse Clan and the living creatures could have avoided unnecessary war. If I didn't know about it, it would have been fine. But now that I know, I can't just stand by and watch. There is no solution. If there really is a way, how many heroes of the Corpse Clan have failed to resolve the hatred between them? Instead, the hatred has deepened. What can you do? Suyu showed a confident look. In front of the divine warriors of heaven and earth and the Corpse King, I am insignificant, but I am the only one who can win the trust of both sides. In the alliance of living creatures, there were still divine warriors of heaven and earth who would trust Suyu. And in the Corpse Clan, there was Zhu Ji. If Suyu mediated between them, he would definitely succeed. I don't know about the alliance of living creatures, but regarding the Corpse Clan, you may be taking it for granted." Zhu Ji shook her head and sighed. "In the Corpse Clan army, besides me, there is also the Corpse Emperor, who is above me in name. He is the real king. As long as he is here, I can't completely control the Corpse Clan. You can imagine it. If the Corpse Clan and the living creatures coexist, and the Corpse Emperor gets in the way, even if he manipulates a small group of the Corpse Clan to violate the agreement and kill the living creatures, what will the result be? It will be a waste of all previous efforts. All your efforts will be in vain." A huge obstacle was placed in front of her, and it was insurmountable. However, Su Yu's eyes were filled with a shrewd light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mysterious smile. "So, the first thing we do when we go back is to make you an empress, from a queen to an empress." Chapter 1754. He, as expected of my husband, your ideas are always earth-shattering and shocking," Zhu Ji said with a smile. Strangely, she was not surprised at all. "I once had the same idea. The Corpse Emperor's strength was not as high as mine, and his prestige was not as great as mine. The meaning of his existence was to take over the foundation that I had painstakingly built for 30,000 years after his strength was restored. Just because of his identity as the Corpse Emperor, he wanted to deprive me of everything. If it were you, would you be willing?" "Of course not." Su Yu's eyes lit up. "Then why did you fail?" "It was not a failure," Zhu Ji said. "With the power of the corpse race that I currently control, I can eradicate the Corpse Emperor with a single thought. The problem is that someone appeared. He talked to me and advised me to give up. I had to obey." "Who?" "The Emperor Corpse." Su Yu's face changed slightly. "The existence that was rumored to be on par with the chief pavilion master? To be precise, in the battle that year, the Emperor Corpse was superior. His prestige was above mine. If he opposed it, none of the 9 great corpse kings dared to do anything." Zhu Ji shook her head helplessly. Su Yu frowned deeply. The Emperor Corpse's identity was like the chief pavilion master of the Star Pavilion. His words carried enormous weight. "Why did he refuse?" Su Yu asked. Zhu Ji said the reason was that he only said one sentence. The imperial power was bestowed by heaven. It meant that the authority of the Corpse Emperor was bestowed by heaven and could not be resisted. Bestowed by heaven? Haha. Su Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He hated the so-called heavens the most. Heaven? Who was heaven? Su Yu used to think that there was a heaven in the world. Now he gradually realized that the so-called heaven was just an illusion deliberately created by the higher-level powerful beings. They were heaven. In the name of heaven, they decided the fate and life and death of living creatures. "Do you believe in heaven?" Su Yu looked into the distance. Zhu Ji pondered and nodded. "I do. The resurrection of the corpse race is not something that can be done by human beings. It must have been created by the hands of heaven. Then have you ever thought that maybe the heaven you call heaven is just an incredibly powerful supreme? Was he the one who created your Corpse Clan?" Zhu Ji shook her head without hesitation. "That's impossible. What separates life and death is the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it's the original mother of the great Tao. It's the firmest order and law in the world. It can't be broken." Su Yu smiled calmly. "Is that so?" He circled his index finger, and 2 wisps of undying aura lingered on his fingertips. With a thought, the 2 strands of aura rapidly grew stronger. From the aura, a soul was formed, followed by flesh, blood, bones, and meridians. Zhu Ji's eyes widened as she watched 2 living creatures being born from nothingness. But this was not enough to surprise her. With the help of the divine source, any living being could create living beings. What really shocked her was that the 2 living creatures that Su Yu had created were none other than Mu Songhai and Yan Chonghong, who were killed by Su Yu. How is this possible? Zhu Ji's mind was struck by an unprecedented blow. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Su Yu had killed the 2 people. It was impossible to lie in front of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. It's not impossible to bring the dead back to life. Su Yu resurrected the two of them on the spot, but he only told her one thing. The resurrection of the corpse clan might not be the will of the heavens. It was very likely that he was like Su Yu, someone who had mastered the heaven-defying technique of resurrection. Zhu Ji was stunned for a long time. Her chest seemed to be pressed down by something, and she could not speak. It was too shocking. If Su Yu had not demonstrated it himself, she would not have believed that anyone in this world could bring the dead back to life. After a long time, Zhu Ji composed herself and said, "I believe in you, not in the heavens." Su Yu smiled slightly. "Then let's strike first, before the corpses of the emperors stop us." The two of them hugged each other and discussed. Mu Canhai and Yen Changhong, who had just come back to life, were dumbfounded. They had not yet understood how they had come back to life, and they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The famous Pearl Corpse King was lying in Su Yu's arms like a young girl. "Ahem, both of you. Please forgive me if I have offended you before." Su Yu coughed dryly and pushed Zhu Ji away. Mu Canhai stared deeply at the Pearl Corpse King. "Su Yu, I was obviously killed by you. How did I come back to life?" As a bystander, Yen Changhong nodded hurriedly. She had seen Su Yu destroy Mu Canhai's body and soul with her own eyes. Su Yu said, "It's just a trick to confuse people. Do the two of you think that I can bring you back to life?" The two of them were stunned. What kind of trick could fool so many corpse kings? But, as Su Yu had said, they did not believe that any living creature in this world could bring the dead back to life. "Then who are you now?" Mu Canhai stared at the Pearl Corpse King, full of hostility. Su Yu wrapped his arm around her waist. "She is mine now." Zhu Ji blushed, her voice like a mosquito's buzzing. "Husband? Hubby?" Mu Canhai and Yen Changhong were once again shocked. They all said that Su Yu was powerful, but they did not expect him to be even better at seducing women. He had easily obtained the world-famous Ice Woman Wang, Zhu Ji, and looking at her affectionate appearance, she was very dependent on Su Yu. The two of them were shocked. "All right." Mu Canhai had a strange expression. "Then what are your plans? Are you going back to the city?" Su Yu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "You go back. I have other important matters to attend to." After thinking for a moment, he took out a purple gold box. After opening it, a small cauldron flowing with 5-colored divine light came into view. He grabbed a mass of air with his bare hands and sealed it in a jade bottle. "We will find a way to send you back to the city. Cabinet Master, please be sure to hand the jade bottle to the Chief Cabinet Master. He will understand my position when he sees this." Mu Canhai took the jade bottle, puzzled. He did not know what the 5-colored air mass was, but Zhu Ji was shocked. "Fire? So much fire?" She was really shocked by the small cauldron. In terms of the fire of this small cauldron, it could not even compare to 10 civilizations of the Sea of Constellations combined. 2 masses of blazing flames shot out from Zhu Ji's eyes. Her instinctive desire for the fire made Zhu Ji want to snatch it. It was only because it was held by Su Yu that she could barely suppress the crazy thoughts in her heart. "This is the fire that the corpse race wants," Su Yu said, casually throwing it to her. Huh. She had never expected that Su Yu would give it to her. As a result, he wasn't prepared to take it, causing the small cauldron to fall to the ground with a clang. Fortunately, Su Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot in time and picked up the small cauldron. He then asked angrily, "You don't want it?" "Yes." Zhu Ji reacted and pounced forward, hugging the small cauldron in her arms. Her eyes were filled with happiness, as if she was in a dream. "Are you really willing to give it to me?" Zhu Ji asked uncertainly. Su Yu shrugged. "What do you think?" Tears welled up in Zhu Ji's eyes. "Husband, you are so good to me. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would give up everything in exchange for 100 times more. How many embers could they obtain if they conquered the sea of constellations? Once all the corpse kings were divided, how many would fall into her hands? It wasn't even 1% of the tiny cauldron in front of him. Suyu smiled. He had already cultivated the flame seed in the small cauldron once, so it was useless to cultivate it again. He had originally planned to hand it over to the living beings in the sea of constellations to produce countless golden overlords or even peak overlords in a short period of time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. He became the common enemy of the alliance of living beings. Since this thing was useless, he might as well give it to Zhuji. Firstly, she needed it. Secondly, the growth of her strength would be more beneficial to Su Yu's control of the corpse race. Zhu Ji arranged for them to enter the city safely. Zhu Ji nodded. That's easy. Half a day later, at the base camp of the corpse race, Lan Yu raised her chin and sat firmly on the throne. She looked down at the group of corpse kings, her heart blooming with joy. Although the alliance of living beings did not manage to get rid of the Pearl Corpse King, she regretted it. However, the Pearl Corpse King was abducted by Suyu, and his whereabouts were unknown. Corpse Kings, I am also very sad that the Pearl Corpse King was abducted. I have sent people to search everywhere, and we must find the Pearl Corpse King. However, a country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and the sky cannot be without a ruler for a day. Now is the time for the Corpse Kings to unite around the Corpse Emperor. Please hand over some of the corpse souls to the Corpse Emperor for safekeeping. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What was the corpse soul? It was a wonderful thing when the corpse race was resurrected, and it controlled the intelligence of the corpse race. Without the corpse soul, the Corpse King would also be reduced to an ordinary corpse without intelligence, like a beast. Even if a trace of the corpse soul fell into the hands of others, it would be tightly controlled by the other party, and its life and death would not be under their control. The several corpse kings present were all extremely intelligent beings, and they were absolutely unwilling to compromise. Why? Are you not willing, or are you going to disobey the orders of the Corpse Emperor? Without the Pearl Corpse King, Lan Yu monopolized the power, and her arrogance was even greater than before. Several corpse kings wanted to resist, but they looked at each other and all lost their backbone. They had just awakened, and their knowledge of the outside world was limited to the ancient stars. If they left the corpse race, what kind of world would they face? In the past, they could rely on the Pearl Corpse King, but now that her whereabouts were unknown, they could only rely on the Corpse Emperor. Moon Empress, I am willing to offer my sincere heart. The painted bones Corpse King rolled his eyes and immediately went forward to please. He held a dark, illusory object in his hands, which was part of his corpse soul. With him taking the lead, the psychological defense of the other Corpse Kings was finally broken. Some Corpse Kings also gritted their teeth and took out their corpse souls. The corners of Lan Yu's mouth curled up in excitement. She had thought that she would have to wait for the Corpse Emperor to recover his full strength, but she did not expect that she could control the corpse race now. Heaven really fulfilled her wishes. Since when did the corpse race have a rule to hand over the corpse soul to the Corpse Emperor? Why didn't I know? The sound of nature floated in. A gust of wind blew open the tent. Everyone's eyes blurred, and on the throne belonging to the Pearl Corpse King, a graceful and peerless beauty appeared. Her eyes were bright, and ripples of light flowed, making people unable to extricate themselves. Lan Yu's smiling face instantly stiffened. On the other hand, the other Corpse Kings seemed to have found their backbone again, and they were elated. Pearl Corpse King, are you all right? They who had already taken out their corpse souls all put them back and went forward to greet her excitedly, leaving the Moon Empress aside. Moon Empress is so worried about my safety that you sent people to search everywhere. Why are you not very happy to see me? Pearl Corpse King tilted his head and looked at Lan Yu's extremely stiff face with a faint smile. Lan Yu smiled stiffly. What are you saying? I was just too surprised. Why did that human let you back? The other Corpse Kings were also curious. Could it be that you broke free from his control, Corpse King? Chapter 1755. Slap. Never. Lan Yu slammed the table and stood up. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger. The Pearl Corpse King did not look at her, but stared at the other Corpse Kings. Most of them were frowning. Queen, this person held you hostage first. Is he still trustworthy? The Pearl Corpse King was prepared and took out a 5-colored gas from his sleeve. Fire seed. The Corpse Kings looked longing. What a pure fire seed. This is not the fire seed of the constellation C, but the fire seed of a higher civilization. The Pearl Corpse King said, Why don't you guess who gave him the fire seed? The Corpse Kings looked surprised. It seems you have guessed it. Pearl smiled. Yes, it is Suyu. As a condition of joining the corpse race, he promised to give each Corpse King a huge fire seed. How huge? The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. The Pearl Corpse King smiled. Probably equivalent to the fire seed you will get if you completely conquer the constellation C civilization. Hiss. Is this true? So many fire seeds. Unless Suyu took away the fire seed of a civilization comparable to the constellation C. But Suyu was just a small creature. Was it possible? The Pearl Corpse King's deep eyes were filled with wisdom, as if watching a fish taking the bait. Without saying a word, she waved her sleeves, and 10 incomparably huge 5-colored gas masses appeared in front of everyone. What were they if not fire seeds? Each one was unbelievably huge. Oh my God, so many fire seeds. Enough for me to refine for 10 years. So many fire seeds. Definitely more than conquering the constellation C civilization. Pearl said, How about it? Is Suyu trustworthy? Trustworthy? Of course. With so many fire seeds, what was there not to trust? If these fire seeds were handed over to them, the cultivation of the Corpse Kings would be greatly improved. If Suyu did not mean it, there would be no reason for him to do so. I don't believe it. Lan Yu was resentful. Having met Suyu many times, she knew Suyu's nature well. She would not be surprised if anyone joined the corpse race except Suyu. It was impossible. Although she did not want to admit it, she could not deny Suyu's integrity. Such a person, even if he turned his back on the world, would not help the wicked. Zhu Ji glanced at her and said, It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. The graceful figure stood up slowly and applauded. Then, let us welcome our new member, my husband, Suyu. The other Corpse Kings hesitated for a moment before clapping in welcome. A gust of wind blew through the tent, revealing a white-robed human with a face as handsome as an immortal. On that face, there was a trace of an unfathomable and mysterious smile. Everyone, we meet again. In the city, the highest council of the Allied forces, the Purple Dream Sovereign, the Snow Dragon Sovereign, the 3 Pavilion Venerables, and all the Peak Overlords were present. Why didn't you inform me that the Pearl Corpse King was here? In the meeting room, a white-haired youth roared like a wild beast. His roar was filled with shocking resentment. The female pavilion master frowned. Limitless Sword Sage, I can understand your feelings, but this is a meeting. Please remain silent. The Limitless Sword Saint roared to the sky. How do you want me to be quiet? The enemy who killed my father and exterminated my family was right in front of me, but you let her go. How do you want me to be quiet? Although the divine warriors of heaven and earth were dissatisfied, they understood the Limitless Sword Saint's feelings and did not blame him. I told you long ago that Suyu is not a good person, but who believed me? The Limitless Sword Saint mocked. Now you finally see his true colors, but it's too late. He let the Pearl Corpse King escape. Do you regret it now? If you had believed me and killed this traitor, would you still be here today? The merciless mockery made everyone present feel like they had been slapped in the face. Their trust in Su Yu had been retracted by his betrayal. "What are you yelling about?" There were only a few people who dared to speak up for Su Yu. Shui Guanyin was one of them. She stared at the limitless Sword Saint with disdain. "You speak as if the Pearl Corpse King was captured by you and released by Brother Su Yu. If you want revenge, why don't you charge into the corpse army and kill her yourself? Why are you yelling here? You still have the face to look at Brother Su Yu? No matter how bad he is, he's still better than a coward like you hiding in the city, hoping for others to avenge you." The limitless Sword Saint looked over with his blood-red eyes. "Scram! Who do you think you are? Shut up. Haha, no matter how bad I am, I'm still 100 times better than people like you." Shui Guanyin returned the insult. The limitless Sword Saint laughed angrily. "I almost forgot, you're also a follower of Su Yu. Maybe you're also a traitor of the Corpse Clan. Let me test you. Limitless sword energy." The limitless Sword Saint immediately attacked. His superb swordsmanship, wrapped in a piercingly cold sword energy, charged toward Shui Guanyin. Shui Guanyin laughed mockingly. "A coward who only dares to bully his own people. Compared to Su Yu, the limitless Sword Saint was worlds apart." 9 steps of the Lotus Heart. Shui Guanyin advanced instead of retreating. Her hands formed mysterious postures as a brand new divine technique was released. 9 shadows of blood lotuses appeared under her feet, each one exploding with a towering blood-red energy. Poof! The limitless Sword Saint was hit by 9 consecutive explosions and was sent flying backward with blood spurting from his mouth. His whole body was badly mutilated, and he was in a sorry state. Even the sword that never left his hand was blown away, nowhere to be found. Shui Guanyin chuckled. "Who do you think you are? How dare you slander Brother Su Yu with such meager abilities?" The simple exchange of blows shocked everyone present. The 3 cabinet masters of the Starry Pavilion looked delighted. "This woman's strength has improved tremendously in 2 years," the female cabinet master exclaimed. "Her cultivation has advanced from the golden overlord to the glazed crystal overlord. Her comprehension of the blood lotuses has also reached a whole new level, and she has comprehended a new divine technique." The 2 cabinet masters next to her also agreed. However, the biggest change in her is her temperament. The female cabinet master commented with satisfaction. "In the past, she stood aloof from worldly affairs, like a flower in a greenhouse. We were worried about her. She couldn't adapt to the fierce competition in the outside world. I didn't expect her to change so much in 2 years." Everyone could see the fierce side of Shui Guanyin just now. Hearing that, Shui Guanyin thought for a moment, then said sincerely, "This is all because of Brother Su Yu. It is because of him that I am who I am now." Shui Guanyin asks everyone to show mercy and not to kill Brother Su Yu. Her words carried little weight, but she stubbornly pleaded. The faces of the cabinet masters, who had been smiling, suddenly darkened. The female cabinet master was even more furious. Shut up! He would rather abandon the world for a female corpse. What right does such a person have to ask for forgiveness? Even if he kneels down and apologizes, we will never forgive him. As soon as she said that, the anger of many creatures was ignited. Emperors, I think it is necessary to investigate Shui Guanyin, and it would be best if we can search her soul. This is the 3rd time she has pleaded for Su Yu. I suspect that she is also a member of the Corpse Clan. Humph! This kind of woman who pleads for mercy for the enemy is stupid and ignorant. It is better not to keep her alive, lest she brings harm to ourselves. The female cabinet master slowly closed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Silence!" When the crowd had calmed down, the female cabinet master said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. If Su Yu's betrayal implicates others, how many people here are involved with Su Yu? Should we, the Star Pavilion, investigate all of them? Only with these words did he manage to suppress the anger of the crowd. Shui Guanyin walked back to the crowd sadly and murmured, "Brother Su, you must have his own reasons. He will not betray us." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. Right at that moment, a cry came from outside the Great Hall. 2 more compatriots have successfully escaped into the city. Oh, who is it? How did they escape? The female cabinet master asked lightly. It was not surprising that there were creatures escaping back into the city every day. It is the Star Pavilion Sword Pavilion's pavilion master and deputy pavilion master. Knowing that it was the Star Pavilion, the female cabinet master's face showed a hint of joy. She nodded and waved her hand. Then let someone comfort them. But the 2 of them asked for the chief pavilion master. The female cabinet master refused without hesitation. The chief pavilion master is in isolation and has no time to meet them, but they said it is very important, related to the survival of the alliance of living beings. The female cabinet master raised her eyebrows slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, "Well, let them in." Mu Canhai and Yen Chanhong entered the hall. The 2 of them looked haggard and lacked divine energy. Their bodies were full of injuries. Obviously, they had successfully escaped after a fierce battle. The chief pavilion master is in isolation. If you have anything to say, you can report it to us first. If it is urgent, we will pass on the message for you. Mu Canhai was helpless. He had expected that it would not be easy to meet the chief pavilion master. Fortunately, Suyu had expected it and had instructed them. All right. Mu Canhai took out a mass of colorful gas. The rest of the people did not recognize it, but the expressions of the few divine warriors of heaven and earth changed dramatically. The fate of the Empire of Dayu? They asked in unison. The female cabinet master said, "Where did you come from? Are you the emissaries of the Empire of Dayu?" "No," Mu Canhai said. "It is a gift from Suyu to all of you. He told you that the task assigned by the chief pavilion master has been completed." Hearing that it was Suyu, they were all stunned. They did not want to hear this person's name. So why was he everywhere? So what? Can it offset his betrayal? The female cabinet master scoffed. Mu Canhai followed Suyu's instructions and said, "No, he wants to tell all of you that you have eyes but failed to see, and that you have missed a savior who could save you." The whole place was silent. No one had expected that Mu Canhai and the others could come back alive because Suyu had deliberately let them go. What was even more unexpected was that Suyu did not repent and dared to mock everyone. At this moment, everyone's anger was ignited. Including those who were neutral, they were all enraged. Does Suyu really think he's an omnipotent savior? Shameless. Shameless. I even sympathized with him. It turns out that he is such an unbearable person. The anger of the crowd erupted to the extreme. The female cabinet master's face was even more unsightly. However, at this moment, someone hurriedly came to report. "This is bad. The Corpse Clan has issued a letter of challenge." Slap. The female cabinet master slammed the table and said angrily, "They are going too far. Tell them to get lost." The reporter was trembling with fear and hurriedly said, "The one who issued the letter of challenge is the new Corpse King of the Corpse Clan." Huh. Everyone was shocked. The Corpse Clan had awakened another Corpse King? The female cabinet master said solemnly, "Which Corpse King?" "Corpse King Suyu." The reporter had a strange expression on his face.